I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it
You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Wednesday, August 24th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. Today we are playing a game from the Cold Case Investigation Unit series. These are part of a whole genre of cold case games. Sometimes I call them mystery suspect games because you're normally presented with a list of suspects and you have to figure out which one did it. There are actually 4 games in this series. I only have 3 of them. We're playing the first one here, which is called, officially here at least, the Diamond Heist. If you pick this up on Amazon, you'll see it comes under a different name. This is fairly common. This genre, they seem to license and relicense to each other. This is a new game. In the last year or two it came out. And I have no idea what to expect in terms of quality, length, difficulty. This is basically, we're going into this blind. We'll talk a little bit about more of the background of this, but let's catch up on the chat first. Jonathan says, I watched Year of the Dragon. It's a ride of a film, not a real fan of the very end. Some people love the end, including myself. Some people could find the handling of the subject matter offensive. Yes, it's certainly true. This would be a harder film to get made today. It is one of my favorite films ever made. And for people who, I was just watching a little bit, Mickey Rourke is the star of this movie. For people who are sort of familiar with the Mickey Rourke of today, it is shocking to see him here, a young Mickey Rourke, in mid-career, I guess, not quite young, but he's on the top of his game. There are a bunch of scenes in this movie that could be seen as offensive, and to me, it's an amazing movie, though. I watched a movie yesterday called Le Cercle Rouge, a French movie, famous French movie from 1970 with Alain Delon, who was a French box office star of his time and acted in many French film noir movies. And The Red Circle, Le Cercle Rouge, is a heist movie, a jewelry heist movie. So very appropriate for today's game. That would be your homework for today after today's session. See if you can't find that movie from 1970. Anyone else? I see Matt is in the channel. Anna, anyone up to anything else new before we get started here? Let's talk a little bit about this game while we wait for people. So, this series sells for about $25 on Amazon. It has its own website. I just briefly visited the website to see what was there. It looks like maybe you can get hints. I don't know. But the website says that for this game, internet is not essential but helpful, something like that. So that's a little odd. It's clearly not going to play an important role in this case the way it did for the Hidden Games series or Adventure, etc. But we'll see to what extent the internet would be beneficial, either for solving it or for getting hints. Matt says he watched The Third Man. This is Alfred Hitchcock's The Third Man, yeah. I don't remember too much of The Third Man, only that it is an old classic, but sort of pre-modern spy movie, Alfred Hitchcock movie. Anything else? Anyone before we get started? This is your reminder that we're going to play through this and read everything. These are games that you can only experience once. So if you plan to play this on your own, you should stop watching once we get started. You can come back and watch the stream afterwards and compare how you did. Again, I have no idea what the quality and difficulty level of this game is going to be, so our expectations are low. Matt reminds me Third Man was Orson Welles, not Alfred Hitchcock. All right. Shall we get started then? Let's open it up and see what it's like. I believe I bought these new from Amazon. So opening up, we have a little dossier here. Tricky to open. All right, so it's called the Diamond Heist here, 10/10/20. So it has a date. This is not the manufacture date, I don't believe. This is the date of this crime, this cold case, but could be pretty close to when it was created. All right, let's see what we've got here. Cold Case Investigation Unit. Welcome to this cold case investigation, which has been written for you by qualified UK police detectives. I forgot to mention, that was the selling point of this series, is that it was created by real UK police detectives. If you go on the website, you see it's really one person, one author who created this series, Catherine Thompson. I've got her name here. It's a little bit concerning. On the Amazon page, it just describes her as a police detective who worked in various ways. On the website, it gets a little more personal, like the cases were making her depressed and she had to take time off, and then she wrote these cases. A little bit TMI, too much information. But let's see. Okay. Cold Case Investigation, which has been written for you by qualified UK police detectives, we also offer events where we bring the crime scene and investigation to you for your team building days and school forensic science workshops. I believe that the website was saying that this was what she was doing as her primary job, is doing training and leading team building exercises in solving crimes for detectives. And then she decided this was more fun. We hope you enjoy this. Please come and say hello on our Facebook page, Cold Case Investigation Unit. See you there. Okay. So let's take out all of our documents here. Okay, nothing more in here. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Dear investigators, thank you very much for choosing to play my game. You're about to be immersed into the daily life of a detective, following the clues and figuring out who the culprit is. The evidence will seem disconnected and possibly overwhelming at first, but read carefully to get to know your suspect's movements and motives. You're encouraged to examine every piece of evidence provided and are welcome to use any other tools at your disposal. If you get stuck, there's some clues available on the website. You'll find the answer on there too when you're ready. Good luck. I hope you enjoy this. Contents. In the event you are missing any documents, please get in touch with me either through my website or my Facebook, Instagram page. Cold Case Investigation Unit and I will fix it. It's rare, but it has happened, so just in case. So I think we should set our expectations here, and you get the feeling that this is the work of one person, maybe that this was produced not originally with an intention to sell it and mass market it. And so maybe we should be a little more generous in spirit while we're playing this, and maybe assume that this is the first experiment here, and we'll see, and maybe the subsequent cases get a little more refined. I don't know. All right. D.S. Briggs, Unsolved Cases. Oh, hello. Thanks for being here. Let me give you a little bit of background and you can decide if you want to take the case. I'm the artist formerly known as D.S. Briggs. Briggsy to my friends, so that'll be D.S. Briggs to you. Only joking, call me what you like. So I left the big bad Metropolitan Police earlier in 2019 to go it alone as a PI. It's going well, really well. So well, in fact, that I need your help with a couple of jobs. They're starting to stack up, and the last thing we want is those criminals thinking they got away with it. In this box is everything I gathered at the time. See if you can put it together and come back to me if you hit any problems. Actually, don't. Just come back to me once you've solved it. Just remember to keep an open mind and make sure you're sure before you go accusing anyone. B. All right, I like that. That's a proper way to frame a case. Keep an open mind and better be sure before you accuse anyone. Okay, big heavy stock piece of paper. Looks like Blake is here too. All right, so we've got a newspaper. Actually, surprisingly good quality newspaper prop for a homemade game. It is one. All right. It's the Daily Retriever. All the top stories from your faithful news hounds. So we will read this in its entirety, but let's look through all of our documents first. This would be a good time to remind you to have your screenshot program ready if you want to take screenshots so you can play this along with us and jump around. Let's just take a look at what we've got here. So some ads, a little puzzle, events happening. Okay, we'll come back to this. Let's see what else we got. Investigation notebook from Briggs Investigations for the Diamond Heist. And this is not empty. It's got some notes that the previous investigator took. Okay, let's just look through this. This looks like it may have been hand put together. We've got There's Milton, penthouse, stairs, reception, penthouse, bar. Does he see her? At Sazarelli. Whoever this detective was, he kept some shorthand notes. Easy Ahmed, room searched, SC interviewed, GA interviewed, receptionist. Couple blank pages. List of potential suspects. Burton Eurovault equals penthouse safe. Not sure what that means. Hotel CCTV crossed off. Dice cipher. Okay, that's it. Got a couple of photographs here. Belinda Jovanovic, aggravated burglary. And then a photo of some jewelry. Could be the author of this game or just a friend. Okay. Commercial jewelry business for sale, $5 million, Hatton Garden. Okay, so someone trying to sell their jewelry store. Gross profit, 1.3 million in March of 2015. Then it went down from there on. Started losing money in 2020. Inflation, current and forecast. Unique opportunity. Commercial opportunities of this size and location do not become available often. This beautiful and historic building has been handed down through 3 generations of jewelers. Applications are particularly sought from individuals able to restore the original features back to their former glory. So we've got a main floor, an upper floor, floor plan. Previously thriving business would benefit from a fresh approach to maximize profits. Review of the business plan should once again see a large turnover, reversing the downturn seen in the last 2 trading periods. Support is available on a revenue basis from the current owner to any new business owner wishing to take on this opportunity. Quick sale is sought due to the current owner planning to retire following health concerns. Business is priced to reflect this, and early viewing is strongly advised. All viewings must be arranged via our office. Please call today for more information. And there it is on the map. Unique opportunity to purchase a large jewelry retail premises, prominently situated in London's famous Hatton Garden jewelry quarter. Large multi-level premises. Extensive CCTV system throughout the property, secure vault in the cellar, safe rooms on each floor of the premises, conveniently located close to an abundance of London underground stations. 5 million does not seem like a bad price for in the middle of London in 2020. All right, then we've got a card here. Hello, Auntie Belinda. We are having a release party for you. The plans are in motion. Here's a picture I drew of the cake Mommy is making for you. 10 millimeter thick icing, double layer of cake, and then it looks like we've got some codes here by this little kid. Interesting. Nothing on the back. ENVUEARUU. We'll have to get back to that. My dearest Sarah, as you well know by now, I love you very much. Over the past few months, I've felt... We don't even know what's happened. Are we even told what's happened? Maybe the newspaper tells us. This person says, I left the police. There's a couple jobs. I gathered everything. Come back when you solved it. We don't even know what's happened. We've got a bunch of evidence. A classic suspect chart for us to make notes on. Where is the description of what's happened? Seems like that would be a good place to start. We got lots of documents here. I'm impressed. I thought there were going to be less. Looks like we got a good supply of documents. All right, let's finish reading this. Then maybe we'll go back to the newspaper and see if we can figure out what happened here. As you well know by now, I love you very much. Over the past few months, I've left you hundreds of poems, letters, and messages of love in the hope that you will accept that our fate is intertwined. I was so hopeful when you left your husband that it was our time, but what happened? They made you complain to the police, make up stories saying I'm bothering you, have me thrown in prison. Why would you let them do this to me, Sarah? I want you to know I don't blame you, Sarah. It's them. I feel very happy that you definitely know my name, and I dream of hearing you say it. And you will, soon. I read that you're having money troubles. Don't worry, my Sarah. I've got a plan. I'll see you real soon, and we can finally be together. I've even told my mom that I'll be moving out or that you'll be coming to live with us. You're Desmond. Okay, so we've got a stalker, a very scary, psychotic stalker. And, yeah. All right, so we're going to come back to that. Let's read the newspaper and see if we can't figure out, if we don't get a hint about what this crime is. All right, let's read this newspaper from front to back. All eyes on USA as the election race draws close to an end. Voters in America will decide on the 3rd of November whether Donald Trump remains in the White House for another 4 years. Republican president is being challenged by Democratic Party nominee Joe Biden, who's best known as Barack Obama's vice president, but has been in U.S. politics since the 1970s. National polls are a good guide as to how popular a candidate is across the country as a whole, but they're not necessarily a good way to predict the results of the election. In 2016, for example, Hillary Clinton led in the polls and won nearly 3 million more votes than Donald Trump, but she still lost. That's because the U.S. uses an electoral college system, so winning the most votes doesn't always win you the election. With that caveat aside, Joe Biden has been ahead of Donald Trump in most national polls since the start of the year. He's hovered around 50% in recent months and has a 10-point lead on occasions. As Ms. Clinton discovered in 2016, the number of votes you win is less important than where you win them. A little tutorial on the electoral college system in the U.S. Might be of interest to people who are reading this in England. Most states nearly always vote the same way, meaning that in reality, there are just a handful of states where both candidates stand a chance of winning. These are the places where the election will be won and lost and are known as battleground states. At the moment, polls in the battleground states look good for Joe Biden, but there's a long way to go and things can change very quickly, especially when Donald Trump is involved. The polls suggest Mr. Biden is ahead in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, 3 industrial states. His Republican rival won by margins of less than 1% to clinch victory in 2016. But it's the battleground states where Mr. Trump won big in 2016 that his campaign team will be most worried about. His winning margin in Iowa, and Texas was between 8 and 10% back then, but it's looking much closer in all 3 at the moment. That's one of the reasons why some political analysts rate his chances of re-election as low as things stand. Okay, not related to us. Glittering Film Awards ceremony taking place in London's Leicester Square tonight. Nominated in and favored to win 3 categories this evening, our very own Sarah Sazzy Zacharina. Oh, is this our Sarah? Is this the Sarah that this guy's writing to? Sarah Sazzy Zacharina will be hoping to emerge from the tsunami of bad press that has engulfed her career in recent months. Fresh from a highly publicized divorce battle, which saw her admit several extramarital affairs, financial difficulties, substance abuse, and allegations of diva behavior. This certainly sounds like it's going to be related to our case. You always have to decide with these games whether you're going to write on stuff or not. I think we'll just write on this one for the sake of the audience. Okay, substance abuse, extramarital affairs, financial difficulty. She maintains her refusal to comment, although sources close to her suggest she is struggling to make the court-mandated payments to her ex-husband who gave up his career to manage hers. Setback hasn't caused Sassy to change her ways. Our news hound learned that she recently fired her latest manager via her new Instagram account at Sassy Really. This was in our notes. Our notebook was this thing, and I wonder if this is a real Instagram account one could visit, and this would be an example of beneficial internet but not necessary. Maybe someone could check on Instagram this address and see if it's worth us opening up to see. This has not gone down well with now ex-manager Helen Frews, who tells us all the rumors are true. Staff are not allowed to look directly at Saza. She insists on employees turning to face away whenever she wants to pass by. Love her or hate her, you have to admire the way she keeps soldiering on. Travel, has anyone really missed it? Reporting your neighbors, would you? Amazing road trips around your house. 20 glaciers will make you reconsider wanting to go out. Take a peek out the window. Discover the hidden potential in your garage. Long journeys, packed airports, screaming children, followed by weak beer and sunburn. Are any of us actually missing being able to travel freely? If you're watching this after the COVID pandemic has long passed, they're talking about how COVID, no one's traveling. Our Enclosed magazine posed this question to 4 people this week, and the answers are very interesting indeed. Has our way of life changed for the better, or are you just waiting to get back to it? All right. Crime from your area. Remember, we have this as a photo, so obviously this is related to our case. Police have issued an appeal for information following a series of armed raids on off licenses in the city. Off licenses would be a pub of some sort, place selling beer and liquor. 3 branches of bargain boozers were targeted over the last weekend, losing thousands of pounds in cash and stock. I guess any place that sells liquor. There's some reason the British have licensed places that are licensed to a specific distributor, and off license would be maybe they're not attached to a specific brand of alcohol that they're sending. Sources suggest the raiders have links to organized crime. Okay. Neighborhood speed patrols are campaigning for more traffic calming measures to put in place throughout the area. They claim current limits are being regularly broken by 90% of drivers who face no penalty for their actions. Spokesperson Imogen Wine asks, won't someone think of the children? A meeting will be called next week to discuss options. And on a related note, a stolen car was driven at speeds over 100 miles per hour before crashing into a traffic sign last night on Meterwood Road. Witnesses saw the Renault Megane, in case this is important to us, which had been reported stolen earlier in the day, weaving dangerously across the road before smashing into the post. Driver was knocked unconscious and arrested later at the hospital. Officers are increasingly concerned about the safety and whereabouts of city resident Emma Ruges. Emma was last seen heading to Dunkin' Donuts, however did not return and has not been seen since. All right, we got a missing person. New CCTV cameras have been installed in the High Street this week, aimed at reducing antisocial behavior and petty crime, which typically occurs over the weekend as pubs and clubs empty out onto the street. Okay, so we got a missing person, a crashed car, a missing person, speeding cars, and robberies of off-license liquor places. International crime gang member released from prison. Pink Panther gang member Belinda Jovanovic will be released from prison this week, having served a 5-year sentence of bank robbery. In a crime that captured the imagination of the world, Jovanovic was found guilty of burrowing into HSNB Bank and cracked into the safe room. She and her accomplices escaped with millions of pounds in loot. However, Jovanovic was caught after a $1 million 1 in a million mistake. The Lithuanian safecracker tripped while making good her escape, leaving valuable DNA evidence at the scene. She refused to give up any details of her gang members, although the cash was delivered anonymously to the court in exchange for a lighter sentence. Pink Panther gang member Belinda Jovanovic. She left DNA evidence at the scene, and then the money got sent back to give her a lighter sentence. Okay. She will be released. She's not out yet. So she's, depending on the date of this, 10/10. This was on October 10th, and the case was given to us. Well, we're not told what happened when, but that might be relevant for us. Was this person in jail or not? Jovanovic and her fellow Panthers have been linked to hundreds of daring heists worldwide and are known to target high-value jewelry stores as well as individual millionaires. High-value jewelry stores, okay? Production is about to begin on a film written about the gang who have captured imaginations with their use of coded messages. An old-fashioned cat burglar method. We are told Jovanovic received hundreds of letters from self-professed admirers every week, many written in secret code, which were confiscated by prison staff. Policy states that they can confiscate all letters other than those from a small number of pre-vetted family members. Okay, so are we to believe now that the kids' cards were actually coded messages from Pink Panther gang members snuck into prison? Cold Case Investigation Unit. Unleash your inner Marple or Columbo. The Cold Case Investigation Unit is the brainchild of former Leicestershire police detective Catherine Thompson. This is the author's name who made this case. So here's a little story about her new enterprise. In 2020, after 13 long years as a detective, Catherine hung up her handcuffs to focus on her events business and have more of a healthy work-life balance. A short time later, the COVID-19 virus arrived on our shores and lockdown came a short time later, causing all events and activities to be canceled. With both much else but time on her hands, Catherine began working on an idea she had originally had many years prior while completing a law degree, a play-at-home crime file. You are now hopefully enjoying the product of that idea. There is a second game already available, and Catherine aims to write and produce another 2 during 2021. As soon as lockdown lifts, will once again be available. These range from crime themed school workshops, corporate team building activities, and birthday parties. The events are suitable for trainee detectives from the age of 7+, beginning with a spy secret agent scenario all the way up to the creation of a forensic crime scene as part of a murder investigation. Events are led by qualified police detectives who share their wealth of knowledge to provide you a realistic and entertaining experience. What better way to increase morale and productivity within your team than an enjoyable yet challenging team building event personalized to your own business? These bespoke events will inspire participants to think laterally while delving into the detail of the crime. Teachers see your class enthralled as they don their CSI suits to search for clues at your bespoke. Bespoke is custom made for the client. Address people's critical thinking skills as they try to decipher the who and the why of the crime. We then explore their presentation and debating skills as we hear each group's theory on whodunit. Okay, so you could bring them in to create a little crime for your company and then have everyone present their theories. I think it's a fun idea. A great way to end a topic area or to provide a platform for further study. For older children, we have our gang knife crime scenarios, which inform and challenge participants to identify the dangers of criminal activity among their peers. That sounds a little weird. Fully monitored security systems from £299. Okay, there's little typos here. Something. I don't know what's happening here. Looks like typo to me, but is this something we should worry about? It's an advertisement for security alarm system, from internal and external CCTV to screamer alarms, UV coating protection, barbed wire, anti-personnel mines, and cattle prods. We've got all your security needs covered. An advertisement with some typo stuff here. I'll just show you that so you get a feel for what's happening here. Looks like it's inadvertent to me, but you could figure out what those two sentences are on top of each other if we think they're important. We'll worry about that later. Okay, continuing with our newspaper reading. Competition Corner. Spend a weekend at a beautiful spa on us. Find the only 9-letter word in this grid and call the usual number to win. Sounds like an interesting puzzle just for the hell of it. A 9-letter word. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So half the size, half the length here. All right. Well, I'm sure someone will want to do that. Maybe we'll do that if we get bored at the end. Huge congratulations to this week's big winner, Alma Bling, who correctly guessed the missing word was macaronic. Macaronic. What's macaronic mean? Alma and her husband of 39 years, Alfred, own a jeweler's business together in the popular Hatton Garden area of London. I see. This is our jewelry store. They'll be closing early today in order to claim their prize of a 2-night stay. I see. They'll be closing early today. This is going to be the day of the crime, I'm guessing then. So in the paper, it's announced that they'll be gone. Once at the spa, they'll be treated to a platinum package of goodies, all meals, drinks, accommodations, and return flights to London. If you'd like to enter to win a similar trick, you just need to find the only 9-letter word hidden within our word search this week. Best of luck. So they found the missing word. Macaronic. What does macaronic mean? Can someone look that up? Macaronic, M-A-C-A-R-O-N-I-C. Then we've got ads. You send them, we print them. Free double bed and mattress available for collection now. Hasn't been used much. Still in good as new. Please note I cannot deliver this collection only. Handyman offering his services. Looking for an escort? Call our discreet service center today. A wide variety of models available from the vintage collectors to the modern range with pricing to match. Call now for details. We've got a car here with a license plate. Why is this car just sitting here as an ad? This would be a separate ad from this. This is an ad for escorts. This is just someone sent in maybe a code. Otherwise, why are they sending this? Our community litter pickup group met today at 11 a.m. for our usual weekly tidy up. About an hour, the group had amassed 4 bin sacks of rubbish from the playing field and canal pathway. Group organizer Esther Ryan thanked the volunteers for coming, and as usual, the group enjoyed coffee and cake at the cafe on the green afterwards. More volunteers are sought for this weekly event. Gloves, bags, and pickers will be provided, as are the coffee and sweet treats. Then there's an ad for emergency plumber services, but without any number to call. So I don't know how this is a valid ad. Sony 48-inch television and surround system for sale. System includes DVD player, Blu-ray, and soundbar, all fully working and in good condition. Remote controls and instruction manuals included. No damage. Screen and sound works fine. Selling due to wanting a bigger TV. £350, no offers. And then we've got what really looks like an obvious clue from the Pink Panther gang, a little coded binary message here. Now, this would be a good time to remind people. I'll do a close-up of this so you can take a screenshot if you want. It's a little blurry even to my eyes if it looks blurry on that screen. So let me remind you And here's a close-up of the word search. Let's talk for a second about these kinds of games with codes. But first, we'll just check in with the chat. Blake says, macaronic is combining different languages in a single phrase or expression, especially Latin. According to Wikipedia, macaronic language is a language that uses a mixture of languages. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's a cool word. I've never even heard that before. Okay, so now I want to talk for a minute about solving codes and puzzles online while we play this together. One of the difficulties with playing these kinds of games with a group with multiple people happens when one person will solve something before the other people get a chance, if those other people wanted to participate too. Sometimes it's great, you're in a group, one person's like a code breaker, and the rest of the group is like, loves the idea they can hand off this task to someone else. Other times you're playing a game and you feel like, oh, it would have been fun to work on that puzzle too. It's one of the reasons I don't like going to real life escape rooms. 8 people hit the room and start trying to solve everything ahead of everyone else, and you get things solved before you even have a chance. So in general, our approach to these kinds of things is that if you're in the channel watching, you shouldn't tune out to what's happening in order to solve a puzzle and then come back and post in the channel, hey, I solved it. That is robbing the rest of us from the chance of solving it, and you've excluded yourself from taking part in whatever we're working on at the time. So in general, what we try to do here is spend time on things together. So we will eventually look at these codes. You should probably wait until we look at them together. And then when there's something like a code, we'll put up a little overlay like this. Oh, that didn't even work. Okay, we'll put up a little overlay on the screen. I'll test it and make sure it's working. That has a little countdown timer, and we'll spend some time in silence trying to solve something. And then at the end of that little 10-minute block, we'll all say what we've come up with. And that way everyone gets some chance to work on it without having it solved by someone prematurely, although it doesn't help if I don't get the overlay to work. All right, but we'll worry about that when it happens. All right, final page of the newspaper here. We hounds are so excited to see the return of the traveling fair to our lovely town. It's been 3 long months since the big top graced the outfield site, and we've missed it. The fair will be here from Friday the 9th through to close on Sunday the 11th. And are offering the all-star acrobatics show, the Daredevil motorbike stunt team, and of course all the fairground rides. Another popular attraction making a triumphant return is psychic Jolanda, the all-seeing, fresh from her incredibly successful appearance on the Netflix documentary Are Psychics Real? Jolanda repeatedly astonished people with her meticulously accurate readings of their past and present, followed by detailed accounts of what is to come. Such is her popularity, Jolanda is currently only available by appointment, so get in quick. New to this visit is the world's most haunted house ride, said to be truly terrifying. Riders must be over 18 years of age, must sign a disclaimer before taking part. We're going to be the first in the queue for this one. If you're only just seeing this now, then you've missed the Friday fun and activities. This paper is from Saturday, so the Friday fun is over. Here's the itinerary. Activities, but there are plenty more to come over the next 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. Amazing acrobats, Daredevil motorbike stunt team, juggling with chainsaws, conjuring up the dead, ghost stories, followed by a ride on the world's most haunted house, and fairground rides and bar closes. I see, they close at 11. Okay. There will be a Sunday brunch cinema experience taking place at the Central Library tomorrow. Film fans can come along to watch classic Misery while tucking into an American-style feast of pancakes, maple syrup, and bottomless Prosecco. Pajamas and slipper are acceptable dress code. Tickets available on our Newshound webpage. Head librarian Susie has asked attendees to drink within their own limits to avoid a repeat of last Sunday's Exorcist showing having to be paused while Jenny Bristol was carried outside. So Jenny Bristol got drunk. While she later claimed to be merely recreating some of the scenes from the film, it was of little comfort to those in the front row showered in vomit. Bottomless doesn't mean you have to drink it all, Jenny. All right, I like it. This sounds like the sort of tone that you might have in a little small town newspaper. I like it. Bottomless doesn't mean you have to drink it all, Jenny. The Friends of Little Wibble Church Group have asked us to officially launch their church roof fund. The group are aiming to raise £10,000 for essential repairs to the church building and roof. The fund got off to a great start with £700 raised by Doris selling her special ingredient brownies. Doris will be making more bakes throughout November. Donation points are to be found at the church, the library, and the cafe on the green. Local chef opens new restaurant. Local chef and businessman will today host the grand opening of his first restaurant in his hometown. Brad Burton's is a well-known restaurateur with 3 branches of his chain, Burton's, situated around London. Much to the delight of locals, he has decided to bring his Korean-American fusion here to Little Wibble. The restaurant will open at 1 p.m., serving free sample dishes from their extensive menu. A dinner service is then planned by invitation only. We can't wait to get our hands on some delicious kimchi. Kimchi is a fermented cabbage. I forget what else is in kimchi. It's quite sour. It's nice to have mixed with one of my favorite dishes called bibimbap, which is a Korean dish. You can make it in different ways, but rice, tofu, with a fried egg on top. Quite good. Okay. Secret gardening tips. Our resident secret gardeners will be hosting a walk and talk around the secret garden tomorrow from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Topics include getting the garden winter ready, essential trimming tips, and creating hideaways for bugs and critters. There will again be a creation station for kids and adults to help make their own bug hotel or hedgehog house. There's no fee for this activity, although donations are gratefully received. Our green-fingered duo have asked that if participants are attending, they do so sober. There's a drinking problem in this town. This following the regrettable incident with folks coming straight from the Sunday brunch at the library, and well, we all know what happened. The blood has been scrubbed away, and we are all hoping Jenny's arm reattachment surgery proves a success. Jenny is the town drunk and her arm reattachment surgery. Okay, that's pretty funny. Some real humor. All right, that's the paper. Auntie Belinda. Okay, so now, just to remind us, now that we have some context, our international gang member who's going to be released is Belinda Jovanovic, will be released from prison this week. And then we've got here clearly a note to her, coded note from her gang, disguised as a note from her niece or nephew so that it would sneak into prison. 10mm thick icing, double layer of cake. Started out saying 10 centimeters and then was crossed out to be 10mm. I wonder if that's telling us something. Okay, then we know from the newspaper about this couple, how they won a prize. That's why they were out of town. There's our Belinda Jovanovic person, our notes, which now make a little bit more sense because we know Sarah, that's her Instagram. Suspects, we actually, I think we got most of these people were mentioned in our paper. I know Helen was. I know the Pink Panther gang was. I know the ex-husband was. A Bling, I believe, was mentioned, though I don't remember in what context. And then Burton was the chef, local chef. Oh, Brad Burton's, not Burton. So I think we came across that name at some point. All right, we'll return to this later. Here's the stalker of Sarah, the diva performer. Okay, we've got another note. Maybe we'll combine that. We'll reorder and keep these together. Another note to Belinda Jovanovic, the criminal in jail. I'm guessing these notes were sent to her in jail. You can see dice around the edge. Our notebook said dice cipher at some point. Here, dice cipher. So we've got numbers for the dice arranged in different ways. Well, Auntie Belinda, did you like the cake? Mummy says you'll smash it, and she's getting you all new cutlery to do it. Just for you. It sounds like they're setting up a job. Mummy says I can decorate it. I can't wait to see you. And then here was our first one. Okay. And then we've got this sheet to keep our notes on. Guess we'll put that aside. All right, let's take a look. We've got lots of documents in this game. Impressive number of documents. Okay, 11 of October. So our newspaper is from, let's see if we can't start taking a couple notes here, at least arrange our notes. At least we'll get some timeline going on here. So the newspaper is 10/10/2020, which is a Saturday. That's what we got from here. Okay, so I'll leave this page blank for us to make notes from the newspaper, but at least we have our timeline started. The newspaper is on Saturday the 10th. We don't know about any crime yet. We don't know what we're being asked to figure out, but maybe we will soon. So the day after this paper, that would be the Sunday, Form BC4 from PC Ahmed at the Metropolitan Police to Briggs Private Investigation Service. Okay, so this is to the PI that we've been hired by. Sir, I attended Milton Hotel this morning at 0:15 hours following a report that a valuable necklace had been stolen. On attending, I spoke with a Gus Anderson who advised he's a security guard charged with safeguarding the item and transporting it back to a secure vault before midnight on Saturday night. Anderson states that the necklace was being worn by Sarah Zachariaza at the Film Awards earlier in the evening, placed it back in the penthouse suite safe prior to him collecting it for return to the owner. Okay, so in our newspaper, we're told about the gala happening on Saturday night. Sarah Zachariaza will be hoping to emerge from her bad press. So she was going to wear this jewelry. The necklace is being worn by Sarah at the Film Awards earlier in the evening on Saturday night. He says he placed it back in the penthouse suite safe prior to collecting it for return to the owner. States the only time it was out of his sight was as he and Miss Zachariaza returned to the hotel. She was in a state of upset, having missed out on winning any awards, and he felt it appropriate to allow her to travel in the penthouse lift alone to collect her thoughts. She returned to the hotel lobby a few minutes later, and as she left the lift, she stated, "It's in the safe. Get it and go. I'm going to the bar." Allowed her to travel to the penthouse lift alone. Mr. Anderson went up to the room, opened the safe, however, it was empty. He states he searched around the room to make sure it hadn't been left elsewhere, then came back to the hotel lobby and into the bar to speak to Miss Zachariaza. He states she refused to speak to him further and continued crying hysterically about her loss at the awards. Mr. Anderson then called police for assistance. Speaking with Miss Zachariaza was problematic due to her level of intoxication and refusal to concentrate on anything other than her failure to win any awards. She did state that she left the necklace in the safe as agreed earlier, and that the security guard went up to get it. Receptionist Emily couldn't offer any information about the necklace, however, did note that Miss Zachariaza was a nightmare during her stay at the hotel. It may be nothing, but this woman seems to make enemies wherever she goes. Could be a lot of angry folks wanted to get one over on her. She stated that fellow staff members were not happy at having to turn and face the wall whenever Miss Z wanted to walk past. She also commented that she treated Mr. Anderson just as badly as everyone else. Good luck with this one. Okay, so here's our case, it looks like. The police officer arrives a little after midnight, midnight, after he's got a report that a valuable necklace is stolen. So it's Saturday night, early Sunday morning, midnight. He speaks to Gus Anderson, who's the security guard. His job is to watch this woman who's been loaned this super valuable jewelry, and his job is to attend to her, make sure no one takes it off her, and then bring it back to the owner or wherever it came from. At their hotel, at her hotel, I guess. He comes back with her. She's so upset. He says, "Okay, I'm going to let her go alone up to the penthouse suite for a moment, and while he's hanging out at the bar, he waits for her. She comes down. She says, "I left it upstairs." So he made a mistake here in letting her out of his sight. She says it's upstairs. He goes upstairs. The safe is closed. He opens it, but it's empty. Searches around. He goes downstairs. He says, "Hey, you said you left it up there. It wasn't there." She says, "I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't want to hear about it. You worry about it." He calls the police. They investigate. They talk to the receptionist who said this person's a nightmare, diva. That's it. So did she really leave it up there in the safe? Was someone waiting and took it? Did she keep it in her pocket and say she left it up in the safe? We don't know. It would be nice if they searched her to find out that she didn't have it on her, but I guess by that time she could have handed it off to someone, even if she did keep it on her at that time. All right, we've got a photo here. Alert, car listed as stolen. Alert, car listed as stolen. Location, Gulf Services South Bank. Time, 11:12 hours, Friday, 9th of October. So the day before the newspaper, look who it is. Getting gas. Actions. Check VRM is clear. Don't know what that means. Record any details of occupant, time, paid, method of payment. Do not challenge driver or any passengers. Report sighting to the police. Okay, well, this looks like our person. I guess now we know that's going to be the necklace, right? But this is a very recognizable person here filling up their car. Belinda Jovanovic, who the paper said was getting out later in the week, but looks like she's already out to me. We've got a license plate. Now, is this the same car here? Not really. Stolen car crashing into a thing. So that's definitely not our car. This is also Renault, whereas this is a Mercedes. KY63 is not the same license here, so that has nothing to do with that. Okay, but it looks like we've got Jovanovic, Belinda Jovanovic, out and about on Friday. So if you're making a timeline, we've got a stolen car. Now, it doesn't tell us what car is stolen here. It just tells us about a stolen car. I'm presuming it's the car by our person in jail, who's now out of jail, but it doesn't really tell us which car is the car of import that's stolen. Maybe the fact that this license plate is blanked out tells us that it's this car. Check the VRM. I'm not sure what that means, VRM. Let's see if we get that resolved later. Legal Eagles Incorporated. 7 October 2020, Miss Sarah Zacharia, got her address. Dear Miss Zachariaza, we have been instructed by Helen Foz, that's her previous manager, in relation to matters arising from her employment with yourself. We note your Instagram post of last week on account Sazarili, in which you declare our client's employment has been terminated. Our client informs us that since this post, she has not been allowed to access to her workplace, neither has she been paid for her last 2 months of employment with yourself. We must inform you that your actions are in breach of multiple employment law statutes. Mr. Fruz is willing to consider mediation in order to reach a settlement with yourself. Without this, we are authorized to begin proceedings against you. Miss Fruz has been left in a position of financial difficulty by your actions, and your earliest attention would be appreciated. And then I see we've got a website here. This, again, looks like maybe we can visit this if we want. We'll do that later if we want an optional. The game does say the internet is optional. I was asking what the VRM is. In the channel, someone was saying perhaps this could be the vehicle registration number, even though it's VRM, but that sounds like it could be, but I don't know why it's saying check VRM is clear. Actions, check VRM is clear. Yeah, I don't know, but, okay. This is a good time. We've been playing for about an hour. Let's take a little break, and we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll continue going through the documents. Looks like we still got quite a bit to go through. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back here watching Co-op for Two, and we are halfway through reviewing the documents. The last one we looked at was this one from Helen Fruz's law firm, the ex-manager of our person. It really seems like it's wants us to go to Instagram and look at her Instagram page. And maybe even go to the legal company webpage to check it out. Let's move on for now. Milton Enterprises Inc. security entry data. This looks like the hotel where Sarah claims she left the diamonds in the security safe in the penthouse. So we see at 8 a.m. hotel services, guest card, hotel services. Access to the penthouse suite can only be gained via the penthouse elevator. An authorized hotel security card must be used to access the elevator in either direction. So you have to use that to go up or down. Elevator to the penthouse suite. This is only a record of elevator access to the suite. So on the morning someone uses the elevator, we're not told what direction they went in, up or down, but presumably you'd be going, well, we don't know, I guess. Two people going down or someone going up and then coming down. Oh, hotel services. Okay, so the house cleaning went up at 9 a.m. or something. Then at 3 p.m., we have a guest card person 1, and then guest card person 2. Looks like maybe they went up and then down, or vice versa. Then for some reason, hotel workers from 4:30 to p.m. till 6:20 p.m. And then we've got this person taking 3 trips in the elevator in close succession. Then the next person taking 2. This is 11, so let's trace this back to what our guy says. So he gets there. All right, let's remember these dates are reversed for European. So this is when the midnight hits. So this looks like maybe they come back, but we're not given a time. But at some point they come back and go up and then down. I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here. October 11 at midnight. So the police are here by now. Police arrive somewhere here. So this is all activity after the police arrive. What's a little confusing here is it looks like this might be our Gus Anderson guy going up, can't find it, comes down. But then we've got 3 trips here. So what? Up, down, and then I don't understand this part. It's a little weird that there's 3 uses of this elevator. This could mean go up to penthouse, then come down to some intermediate floor, and then from that intermediate floor down to the thing, or some other stuff. But if I had to guess, I would guess that Gus Anderson has guest card 2. I like it. I like the meatiness of this. Jonathan says, looks like she first went back up at 21:47, 23:47, and the guard follows. $23.49. It comes down. Yeah, here's her coming down at $23.49, and here's him going right up. Sorry. Here's her coming down finally at $23.49, and then the security guy going right up right after her. And then he comes down, he can't find it. So this is going to be Gus Anderson. And then person 1 is going to be Sarah. But then, so I think she goes up originally. I see. This is her coming down at 19:02 to start the evening. That makes more sense. Okay, that makes more sense. So this is Sarah up and down. And this is Gus Anderson up and down. She goes up at 23:47. She comes down at 23:49. At 23:49, he comes up. 23:57, he comes down and says, I didn't see it. And it says at 23:49, guests 1 and 2 are together. I don't think so. I think this is her coming down at 23:49. He's waiting right for her. He gets in to go up and get it. So this is going to be her coming down to go to the show, I believe, at 7. Sarah down to show. Maybe this is the trip they're together. I don't know. Okay, and I like the meatiness of this. Don't forget, this is just when the thing is shown. So yeah, I think she comes out of it at 23:49. Somewhere in that 60-second window, he gets in. He's waiting for her right downstairs to go get it. Okay. Jonathan seems to agree with me that set in the 1902 time is her coming down for the show. So this would make, this is probably her going to her room at 3:46, coming down for the show at 1902. This is him coming up, I don't know, coming up and going down. Not sure why he's there, but we'll worry about that. And then who are these? So no one's using that between the time she goes up for her to drop it off. Okay, let's continue. Milton Enterprises automatic number plate recognition system data download. Intriguing. So Milton Enterprises is our hotel. So this is Friday and Saturday. And then it's Saturday at 10:40 p.m. Private car park reached capacity. Signage to NCP park displayed. In other words, it's saying that their private car park for the hotel reached capacity, so the sign goes up that says, "We're full, go park at NCP car park after this time." And then we've got VRMs. These VRM is a license plate. So vehicle registration something. So we've got a couple of plates of interest. Let's make a little card of our license plates. License plates, VRM. So we've got the red car from paper, which I don't know the significance of, is KOO632K. And then we've got from the security photo, I guess we would call this not security photo, but stolen gas station car. Of Belinda. That one is KY63ZBS. All right. So far, I don't see any of those numbers of interest. Oh, there it is. Right there. So we've got a hit for this entry. 4:20 p.m. on Friday. Leaves at 6 p.m. That's Belinda's car. That's, well, we should say that's the stolen car. Now, the timeline when she was spotted in it is 11-12 hours. That sounds like early afternoon, right? That's not night. That's in the afternoon. So she has got the car by 4:23 p.m. Out by 8. We might want to check that with this thing and see what 16:23 and out by 8. That means Sorry, out by 6 p.m. So just for the record, that person in that car in at 1623, out at 1801 would make these trips available to them, these elevator trips available to them. The 1630 and 1631. Just in case we think that's what's going on there. Okay, and the rest of the plates we've got no hits on. However, we may have people here that we know about. Well, here's our penthouse guest. And here's our security guy. So this is going to be Sarah. And this is going to be Gus, the escort. So now we've got a timeline when they come back from their evening, which is consistent with our thinking, right? So Friday night, it looks like they're heading out. Well, let's see. So they're not back yet. So they leave, we think. She comes down at 1902 to go to her show. So here he is dropping her off at 1542. This makes sense. This is consistent with this, right? So look, he's bringing her to the hotel here. So Sarah arrives at the hotel here and goes up to her room at 1546. That matches with them arriving at the hotel at 1542. So they've probably come back. They may have just come back from picking up the rented jewelry. So they come back at 3:42 p.m. in the limo. They're not out till the next morning. Or Gus is out at midnight in his car. Guess he arrives separately. Okay. Interesting. And then here's Fruz. Look at that. Look at who's shown up at the hotel. The manager. What is the manager doing at the hotel at night? We might know some of these other people later too. Mills is in and out. Abdul is in and out. Okay, fascinating. Cruz has a room at the hotel. All right. So far, I'm loving the. I'm pleasantly surprised with the. What would you call it? The sort of meatiness of these, the density of this clue of the hotel room check-in times and car park check-in times. Okay, look at this. They've got a good security system here. And they've got a log on the safety deposit box where she claims she put the jewelry. It says access to the safe is via a key, not a code, a key given to the room occupier. Times are recorded electronically when sensors indicate the safe has been opened. Okay, so here we go. Here's our midnight again. So they're opening it early in the day, but here's the time that we care about. At 11:50, it's opened twice. It's opened and then opened again. Is that going to be Sarah placing it, and then someone stealing it right after her. And this is going to be Gus. No, that's not right. This is Gus. This is the police. This is police. So I think what we've got here is, does that match up with our timelines? She goes up at the hotel at 23:47. She's back down 23:49. Well, this is fascinating. I think, so let me tell you what I think here. There's two possibilities. There's two interesting possibilities. Drunk Tiger says she didn't open it. Okay, so here's the possibility. We have her going up to the room at 23:47 and then coming down at 23:49, having placed it in the safe. Now, if we look at the timetable, and then the security goes up at 23:49, comes down at 23:58. So the most logical thing is that this is the detective opening it at 23:50 and then opening it again. That's one possibility. At a minute later, like he looks around, he can't find it. Then he doubts himself, like maybe it was hidden in the, maybe I somehow missed it, and opens it again. So I'm going to clear my notes here. So this is one possibility. Gus goes up, he opens it, he doesn't find it, he closes it, he panics, he looks around the room, he can't find it, he reopens it a minute later to check it again. That's one possibility. And then here, after midnight, is police opening it. Okay. These are our two times of interest. Now, the other possibility is that this clock is not 100% in sync and is just a minute fast. 2 minutes fast. So in this case, in this scenario, this is her opening it to put it in at 23:48. And this is our Gus Anderson opening to check it at 23:49. So possibility one, this is how I see it. There's only really two possibilities. Well, I suppose Gus Anderson could be involved too. One possibility is that clock is fast, and then Sarah opened, then Gus opened. If the clock is on time, if the clock is synced, and they're both Milton security devices, if the clock is in sync, then Sarah did not open it. There's no way the clocks are in sync and she opened it. So that's quite serious. Why would, Blake says, would you leave a safe open and unlocked when it's empty so it would not register her closing the door on it? This says it's recorded when the sensors indicate the safe has been opened. So the sensors don't record when it's closed, just when a key is used to open it. So it's opened at these times. So it's either Sarah opening it, putting in the jewelry, and Gus opening it to check it, But that only works if this time is fast by 2 minutes, or it's Gus checking it and then Gus panicking it and checking again. All right. Love it. Absolutely adore those pieces of security logs that we've gotten so far. Whether the rest of the case holds up, Blake says it might not record Sarah at all if she left the door open. Oh, that's very perceptive. That's very perceptive. Okay, I didn't make that connection, but that's very perceptive. Okay, so let's all make sure we understand what Blake is saying. So I've listed here 2 possibilities, but Blake is saying there's a third possibility, which is that safe was already open for Sarah. So she didn't need to open it. She just closed it. So she leaves the safe open from when she opened it earlier in the evening. She goes upstairs. She throws the necklace in the safe and closed the safe. Nothing registered. That's very perceptive. That's certainly possible. We know it was opened earlier in the day at 6:18, so it's quite possible it was left open. I like it. I like it. 3 good possibilities. Let's continue reading and we'll return to that later. Okay, here's the insurance for the necklace. Policyholder Alfred Bling, trading as Bling Bling Jewelers. Okay. Coverage, a diamond lady's necklace, £2 million. Wow, that is an expensive necklace. Let's learn about it here. Diamond lady's necklace, £2 million. Insured in February. No, not insured in February. Insured October 10th, just a week ago. The insurance covers up to the amount insured, inclusive of accidental loss, theft, or damage whilst in the originating premises in transit to and during use by the named individual during transport back to the originating premises, pursuant to security stipulations being in place. Insured item must be housed at all time in one of the named situations, either within a safe at the Milton Hotel, within a secured locked transit case accompanied by a security officer, in use by an individual named by Bling Jewelers, being accompanied by one security officer employed by the insured at all times. Cover to commence no sooner than 8 a.m. of this morning. So the insurance coverage was specifically returned to the originating premises no later than midnight. So it was covered for just this event. This insurance coverage is just for this event. Significant exclusions, loss or damage to the named insured item caused by theft or attempted theft, unless violence and force are used to remove insured item. So it's excluded if it was theft, unless violence and force are used. It's excluded for loss or damage where security stipulations have lapsed. It's excluded if it happens in transit, if it's not been secured, and it's excluded if it happened outside that before midnight. I mean, if it happened after midnight. So it has to be stolen precisely before midnight. to be covered by the insurance. That's interesting. Anna's just making sure we understand that if this is the case, if the safe was left open, then we still have two possibilities. One is that the thief opens it at 2350 and then Gus opens it at 2351. Then we have two possibilities. Thief opens at 2350 and Gus at 2351, or Gus opens twice. One problem with this theory about the thief opening it at 2350 is that Gus is on the elevator at 2349. So he would be getting up there right when this thief is opening it, within seconds. So either Gus opens it twice or the thief gets it right before Gus gets up. But then how does the thief get out? Because the elevator is the only way up to that place. Gus arrives at 2350, 51 and is searching everywhere. And we know no one took the elevator down. So if the thief is in that room at 2350 opening it, how do they get out? That's a mystery. So it's still possible that this is Gus opening it twice. He hasn't told us, but maybe we can talk to him about it. Okay. So this insurance covers, it sounds like this covers the theft, except for this one part I'm not sure about. So it's not covered if it was stolen or attempted stolen unless violence and force are used from individuals or to enter or leave a building or locked room. So I'm confused. I'm not sure about this if this means, is it excluded? Like, the reason this could be significant is, like, was this an inside job by the jeweler to steal it and double up to get paid by the insurance? And notice Alfred Bling, if we look at the records here, what do we see? Do we see an Alfred Bling having a thing? No. No Alfred Bling with a check-in, although there's just Alfred, an A sugar, but no Alfred Bling. Okay. Let's continue. Milton Luxury Hotel Group, 2nd of October. Okay, so a week before all this, 10 days before it. Saza Zakariaza, care of copy to Sazi Enterprises. Dear Sazi, just a quick note to confirm your booking with us next Saturday on the 10th. As usual, you will have the sole use of our entire top floor penthouse suite. We'll leave a bottle of champagne on ice for what is sure to be your triumphant return with a clutch of awards. For your safety, I can confirm that the top floor stairwell access will be securely locked. I see. So there are stairs to the penthouse, but they plan to lock them from the 3rd floor. Other than in the case of a confirmed fire. Only you and your security team will have the pass necessary to activate the penthouse elevator. Please have your assistant message us with registration of any vehicle you plan to use, which will let you get into the secure car park. And I can also confirm the booking of one of our budget rooms for your manager. I see. So it was expected that our manager was going to be attending in room 310. As requested, I have made a note that no room service or incidentals are to be added to the room bill. Okay, so there's Helen Frew's booked in to room 310. Now, let's just verify when the lawyer says she was fired. We know that she actually does show up for her room because well, yes. This isn't a record of pre-registered cars. This is actual recognition of a car that actually arrived when it did. So we know she shows up on the 10th. Now, when does she know she's fired? On the 7th. So by the 7th, we know she's been fired. So on the 2nd, they made bookings for her manager to have a room. On the 7th, the manager gets fired, but on the 10th, she turns up anyway. Very interesting. Next item. Bling Bling Jewelers. Again, on the 2nd, 10 days beforehand. Enclosure contract agreement. Dear Miss S. Zachariaza, I'm delighted to confirm the loan of my finest diamond necklace for you to wear at the forthcoming film awards on Saturday the 10th. This piece is extremely special to me. I created it from diamonds my great-great-grandfather mined in Russia many years ago. I understand you're nominated for 3 awards. I'm sure you will win. You'll certainly outshine the competition wearing this necklace. Confirmed with your manager, there will be no charge for this loan. I humbly ask that you share pictures of yourself wearing it on your social media page and name check my business. Name check, that's a term of art for getting publicity on social media by mentioning the name. Term of art is a fantastic term if you're not familiar with it. A term of art means a term known to people in that specialty, in that area of expertise. So this is a term of art for people who are in the publicity business. Okay, I've included a contract for signature and return, delivered to your suite by my security team around 4 p.m. Okay, delivered to your suite. While wearing this necklace, you must remain within the sight of the same security operative who will then return it to me. So remain within sight. So our security guy really dropped the ball, or was told by whoever's planning this, maybe even the jeweler, to let her out of sight. But the fact that the security guy didn't do this, that's probably going to invalidate the insurance, right? Because the security person has to stay with her. The fact that he didn't means the insurance isn't going to cover it. Okay, so 4 p.m. though, let's just see if that's consistent with our hotel records. So around 4 p.m. Well, here's 3:46. I think this is him bringing her the jewelry. Here at 4 p.m. Sorry, 16:03. Is this the jewelry? But does he leave it with her then? Because he's coming up and down. Is this the delivery of diamond at around 4 p.m.? But then does he leave her with it? Maybe he can put it in the locked safe. Or maybe he just goes up, says, hey, I'm here with the diamond, here it is. It fits, okay, I'll go downstairs and wait with it. We don't know. While wearing the necklace, you must remain within sight. Okay, not clear. Maybe he left it in the security room. All right, we've got some interesting more documents here. Phone data download, private line of Gus Anderson. Okay, so the police are already suspecting that Gus could be in on this. Love it. Absolutely love it. they've gotten a warrant for his phone messages on the night. Let's see what they've discovered. Alf says, got the final timings ready for Saturday night when you're ready. Then he sends to Alf, put the kettle on, I'll be there in 5. Belle says, can you pick me up from work at 7? He says, of course. He says, I'm outside, love. Then he sends to Alf, running a bit late, be there in 20. This is on the next day. Kettle's on. Got the final timings ready for Saturday night. Okay, Saturday is the 10th, so this is still 2 nights before. Kettle's on again. Then Donna on Friday says, you forgot your lunch. Want me to drop it off. So is this the wife? This is going to be the daughter. Who's Alf? We don't know. He says to Alf, running a bit late, be there in 20. Alf says, okay, kettle's on. Put the kettle on. So he visits this person on the 7th with the final timings. Saturday night. Then he's going there again to meet Alf on the 8th. Meets Alf on the 7th for the timings on the 8th again. 9th, he forgot his lunch. Incoming call from Donna. You have it, Dad. Oh, I see. This is not the wife. It's him telling someone you forgot your lunch. Is this another daughter? Daughter sends a message. You have it, Dad. You. You forgot your lunch. Want me to drop it to you at 10:30. An hour later, you have it, Dad. And he says, phew. Here's Alf again. This is a little confusing to me. What does he have? Is this about the lunch? I don't get it. Forgot your lunch. You want me to drop it to you? He sends out. And she says, you have it, Dad. Don't quite get that. Doesn't matter though. Here's Alf again. On the afternoon of the 10th, this is when he's supposed to drop off the necklace. He says, you owe me a big drink after this one, old man. She's a nightmare. He's talking about Sarah. Sarah's a nightmare. We know Sarah was treating him poorly. So this is on the actual night of the party. He's just dropped it off, and he's saying to his boss, Alpha's going to be his boss. He says, you owe me a big drink after this one, old man. She's a nightmare. Alf says, tell me about it. She seemed to think I could just give her it to keep. Oh, Alf is going to be the jewelry guy. The jewelry store guy who's lending her the jewelry. Okay. He says, tell me about it. She seemed to think I should just give her it to keep. Ha! Make sure she gives it back or I'll disown you. Could be his father. Gus Anderson. And who's the owner of the jewelry store? Alfred Bling. Okay. Then the daughter contacts him at 8 p.m. Says, Dad, you didn't tell me you were guarding Sassy. Can you get her an autograph? I love her. Then he doesn't. 2 minutes later, he hasn't replied yet. She says, Dad. 3 minutes more. Dad. Okay. Then an hour later, he writes back to his daughter, I'm not guarding her. I'm keeping an eye on Alf's jewelry. She's horrible, pet. I'm not allowed to make eye contact and even have to turn my back when she wants to walk by. The daughter says, please just try. This is at 11 p.m. Okay. Then at 11:50, client S, he's texting Sarah. And he says, please return to the penthouse. The necklace is not in the safe. Then she says, "What? I just put it in there. You walked straight past me. Look again." Then he says, "Call me." Alf equals Alfred Bling. Yes. Alf is going to be the jewelry store owner. And the chat is just saying, yeah, that makes sense. Alf is Alfred for Alfred Bling. Okay. So these are very believable sounding text messages, all consistent with everything. Consistent with all the timeline we're told about Gus Anderson. Okay, so guess what? Someone else's phone was subpoenaed. Sarah's phone line was subpoenaed. Let's see what she's got. On the 5th, she gets a call from Helen Mobile. We've heard about her from somewhere. I don't remember where. Oh, Helen's Mobile. This is Helen, I forget her real last name. So she's fired on the 5th. Are you serious? Sacking me on Instagram? Are you that stupid? You're going to regret this. What happened to changing your ways? Then she gets a mystery phone call. Your EE bill is ready to view. What's an EE bill? We don't know. Same day, you changed the locks as well. I have personal belongings in your office. At least let me collect my stuff. This is crazy. Let me finish reading this, then I'm going to check with Jonathan Warner. All right, let's pause for a second. Let's check. Jonathan Warner says, do the text message times add weight to the guard checking the safe twice? Okay, let's see. So here he is at 11:50. He's checked the safe. She says, I just put in there. Okay, so this is Jonathan's good point. If this time is exact, then he's checked the safe the first time by 23:50. That means that had to be him checking it twice. Because if the times are synced perfectly, because, no, yes, because the first time the safe is opened is at 11:50, and then he makes a phone call at 11:50. So that would mean that had to, if the times are exact, that means he checked it and then he messaged at 11:50, having checked it, and then he must have checked it again at 11:51 if the times are accurate. So if the times are synced, he checked it twice. Maybe he's going to confirm that later. All right, let's continue here. I don't know. It's a question I've thought about often whenever they're looking at security footage. I really wonder, you're looking at security footage, you compare with cell phone times and all that. How accurate are the time drifts? How common is it for security camera footage clock to be off by a few minutes? I really wonder about that in real life. All right, let's go back to Sarah's phone records. So apparently Sarah has changed the locks on Helen. She says, at least let me collect my stuff. This is crazy. Now Mark calls her and says, Saz, you missed 2 payments now. I need that alimony. This is Sarah's husband. We know she's having financial difficulties. Again, he messages, he says, call me. And then she's got 2 deleted messages that she's deleted on the 5th. Then on the 6th, she gets a message from Beauty Biz. Good morning. Confirmation of your booking for 2 members of staff on Saturday, 10 October. Colleagues will be with you at 4:30 prompt. Please have your agent reach out to arrange settlement of your account. Beauty Biz. Is she booking for... Is this her booking for, like, to have her makeup or hair done? Is that what this is? Is it saying we're going to have 2 people ready to do your hair and makeup at 4:30? I think that's what that means. Okay, and we got more phone records from her. On the 6th, she messages, our diva messages Beauty Biz, checks in the post, hun. Make sure you send Javier. He knows how I like my hair. Okay, yes, confirmed. This is to have her hair done. Okay, then Heat Magazine messages her again on the 6th, a week before our incident. Good afternoon. Sorry you couldn't make our planned interview. We forwarded a few questions through to your manager. If you could get them back to us by tomorrow, we can still run the feature. She says, send them to me directly. Here's her email address. Her husband messages her again on the 7th. Still no payment. Thought we were doing the civilized. Answer the phone. Then she's deleting 3 messages from her husband. But she leaves this one. Wow, okay, I didn't tell you because I knew you'd react like this. We're happy together and this changes nothing. You still need to pay. You agreed. I didn't tell you. So, husband, the ex-husband has a girlfriend or a new wife. Then she says to him, I paid enough while we were together. How much did your precious bottles of 52-year-old Macallan set me back every week? Macallan is a expensive, famous whiskey. You're getting nothing, she says. He says, okay, I'll get what you owe me. I'll make sure of it. This is on the 8th. Okay, here we are, 9th, Friday, from Steph. Excited? You should be. You're walking away with all 3 awards tomorrow night, and your career might be back on track. This might be useful evidence to her that everyone thinks, probably including Sarah, that she's going to win awards and everything's going to be great after that. So maybe she doesn't have a great motive to rob it if she thinks her career is back on track. Jonathan says, could the ex be her assistant that she just fired? It's a good point. Maybe if we looked at her Instagram, we would see a comment about why she fired her assistant, her manager, not assistant, manager. Okay, let's see what else we got. Gutter Press on Friday says, this is Tara from the Daily Retriever, which is this magazine here. We're running a story on the awards. We contacted your manager, Helen Fruse. She claims you fired her with no notice and no severance pay. She's made several comments that we'd like your opinion on before we go to press. You can reach me at this number. Then she gets a message from Gus Anderson. He says, I'm the security for Bling Bling. I will be arriving at your suite at 5 p.m. I will place the piece in the room safe. I will need to collect the piece at 23:45 prompt. Please ensure it's returned to the safe in good time. He is telling her to put it in the safe. That's not a good idea. He should have taken possession directly. Steph, who sounds like a friend, talks to her on the afternoon of the awards. Good luck, BBZ. Helen says, karma. Karma, bitch. Something bad happens to you at 21:33. Why did she... Oh, karma, she lost the awards. So at 21:33 on the night of the awards, the manager messages her after they learn that she lost the awards and says, karma. Jonathan says, can we confirm with his text logs that he sent this? Let's see. At 4 p.m. outgoing. Well, it's not, it's an interesting point. This looks like a little bit of an oversight, but I wonder if Jonathan has picked up something important. Very good, Jonathan. So we've got an incoming message from an unknown caller saying, "This is Gus Anderson. I'll be at your suite at 5 p.m. Please ensure it's returned to the safe." But if we look at Gus's phone, private line at least his private line, on the 9th, we've got his records, and he did not send such a message. So we're going to make a note here that this is not matched by Gus's private line. So there's two possibilities. Either he sent this from his work. Was he at work? Look at this. Running a bit late. So it's very possible that this was sent from his work line, or it wasn't him. Interesting possibility. But it's not matched by his work line. I'll just put a note here when it would have been sent. Missing text to Sarah. So either this is someone else pretending to be him that's messaged Sarah, or it's him from work. I'm leaning to it being a message from him at work, but I thought they said 4 p.m., not 5 p.m., but that wouldn't make sense either. If he really is going to arrive at 4, why would you say I won't be there till 5? So I'm leaning to thinking that this is just him sending from work, but I'm not sure. Okay, look at this. The husband is now messaging her after the award ceremony. Nothing. You didn't even win one. Guess people can see through you. Then he sends another message. Ha ha ha. Then another message. Seriously, my sides are hurting right now. This is why she was crying so badly. All her people, all her so-called friends, not her so-called friends, but people who don't like her, are messaging her, making fun of her for not winning. Think I'll have a drink to celebrate your loss. Got any Macallan at that fancy hotel of yours? Oh, don't worry, I'll ask them myself. A call back to her message. And then she's got another message from unknown. This is Mrs. Zachariah. Please return to the penthouse. The necklace is not in the safe. This one does match our guy. Please return to the penthouse. The necklace is not in the safe. 2350, 2350, 2350, 2350. So this is a match for Gus. And this, I just put in here, this is a match on Gus's phone. And this is a match for Gus's phone. So those final messages match. Just not this one. Jan says he maybe texted her from private. I'm not sure I understand that comment. Sounds like Jonathan says it sounds like he might be at the hotel. Don't know. Who, where? We're just making note of it. Was the ex-husband at the hotel as well? That's a good question. Can we check the car logs? Remember that the car log also only has people who made it into the hotel car park before it reached capacity. We don't have an M mark, so we don't have things, but we do have an unknown person. Unknown person. Oh, that one we know. We do have a couple unknowns, so we'll have to see if we get records for that car later. And that's all of the phone records for Sarah. We've still got a bunch more documents. Let's see what we've got here. Anna says, lending weight to the idea that the husband is at the hotel is this comment. I think I'll have a drink to celebrate your loss. Got any McCowan at the fancy hotel beers? Or don't worry, I'll ask them myself. Okay, so this is a good point. Is Mark at the hotel? Is that his little reference that he's at the hotel? Seems very possible. Let's see if we get data on him. All right, so we've got data on this, on one of our cars that was stolen, it looks like. Here's the Mercedes-Benz. That's our stolen gas station Mercedes-Benz. At 10 a.m. on October 10th, we've got a tracker on it. Direction of travel, route, stationary period. Tracker device installed, activates when the engine is running only. Route recorded is accurate within an approximately 5-meter area. Within the last 24 hours, device is activated on 6 occasions. It's currently deactivated. Last signal received was in the region of St. James Park, London. See map for details. So it's activated when the engine's running. Currently inactive. And then we've got a very small map that we're going to have to possibly zoom in on, or at least get our glasses out. What have we got here? So direction of travel is this way. Okay. And then at the locations where it's stopped, we get these circles. Oxford Circus, Berkeley Square Gardens. Here's Leicester Square. We know about that. All right, we're going to have to come back to this because I'm not quite sure what the significance of this is. If we can pinpoint our hotel, it sounds like maybe we might be able to. Well, we already know she was at this car was at the hotel. So I'm not 100% sure what the relevance of this document is, but what will hopefully make sense of it later. Let's check in with the chat. Blake says, I think the message apparently from Gus is very suspicious. It doesn't match, unknown number, and it says 5 p.m. Could a guy have come at 5 p.m. and took it out of the safe, especially if she refuses to look at faces? Here's the problem, though. If the message says if the message is fake and it says it's going to arrive at 5, doesn't the real guy arrive at 4? Like, wouldn't you have to... Would it make sense that if he arrives at 4, see here, look, the necklace will be delivered to your suite at 4 p.m. by my security, but he's always late. Notice he's always running a bit late. So I think he's just late delivering it. It's hard for me to imagine that the person who's pretending to be Gus benefits by saying, I'm going to be there at 5 p.m., put it in your safe. That just doesn't. And when we look at our timelines, when does he really arrive? Wasn't it? He's arriving at 4. No one's arriving at 5, so I don't see how that helps him. But we'll have it. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. Drunk Tiger says she did say she put it in the safe, but did she say she locked it? We don't know. Maybe she just put it with there. Someone could be standing outside the door. She just assumed it's a guard. She says something weird about I just passed you. She does say I just passed you, but the part about just passed you is right. He does see her come down and she did just pass him. Sheldon says, I thought Blake was saying we don't know if the actress ever had it, if she forces people to always turn away from her, but I think we would have video from the actual event to confirm that she did have it on. Surely she was wearing it. All right, we'll come back to all these thoughts in a little bit. Let's look at our next evidence. So this one, I don't know what to make of this document. I'm not sure how. Maybe when we get more information about this car, and we haven't decoded any of the messages yet. All right, let's see what we got here. Incident recording sheet. All staff to review at the start of each shift. Keep at the front desk. Sounds like this is a document at the hotel. On the 8th at 8 p.m., homeless male approaching customers in bar area begging for money, becoming aggressive. The staff member recording it was Mike. Further intervention suggested to doorman that they stay at their post and monitor who comes in. On Friday at 10 a.m., the night before the party, customer slipped on wet floor at reception, did not fall over but complained of a pulled muscle in their back. Customer given complimentary coffee. Janice recorded that. Wet floor signs were out and the cleaner was still mopping up a spill in the area, so it was very visible for info in case of repercussion. Tried to isolate the incident on CCTV, but footage is not recording. Engineer called out. Okay, so their CCTVs are not working. All morning on Friday, who is leaving the fire escape doors to the stairwells propped open? This is a breach of regulations, will get us into trouble. Second time this week. Keep the door closed. This could be a way into the penthouse. Susan's reporting this. Stop propping doors open. If I find anyone doing this in the future, it's a written warning. Okay, morning of the party, of the theft. Am I the only one who cares about the fire doors being propped open yet again? Stairwell 3 upwards is now locked until midnight, and if I see any of the others being propped open, all staff on duty will receive a warning. This is our way to get up into the penthouse. She says it's now locked. You all need to take responsibility and make sure the building is secure. It sounds like we might need an inside person. Okay, here is the night of the party at 8 p.m. Unknown male located in stairwell by second floor. No room key on person. Refused to say which room he's in, despite claiming to be a resident with us. Became aggressive, so I left him while I went to get doorman for help. Couldn't locate him when came back. White male, short black hair, scrubby type tattoos. Scribbly type tattoos on either side of neck. That sounds like a gangstery type guy. White male, short black hair. So this guy may be opening the doors. And look who it is. It's Emily. She was on duty that night. We talked to her. She didn't have good things to say about Sarah. For info, he might have been a resident, but I didn't recognize him. 11:45 p.m. This says, you guys might need a close-up of these. Couple in room 310, that's our Helen's room. Made room service order in excess of $600 in food champagne. Okay, this is Jonathan and someone else in the channel being correct. The manager is sleeping with the husband. That's what we're being told here. The woman in Helen's room, there's a couple in there. And at 11:45, when they see that Sarah has not won any awards, Helen and Mark are together laughing up a storm that Sarah and premium whiskey, that's our Macallan, refused to pay, stating, "Ding dong, the witch is dead. She owes us. Suggest resolve in the AM when parties are sober. Room booking stipulates no incidentals to be added. Resolve at checkout time." Okay, so pretty funny. And that is why Sarah fired her, because she was sleeping with Mark, the husband. Okay, let's see. And now we've got at midnight. This is after the police got called. Let's see what we've got here. Theft from penthouse suite. Police were called regarding missing necklace from penthouse. Guest states she left jewelry in penthouse safe. Security went to collect. The piece was missing. Again, Emily on duty. Liaise with police. High profile guest in penthouse suite. Potential for bad publicity. Security info handed over to attending officer. CCTV still not operational. Okay. So far, much higher caliber cold case than we had any right to expect. I'm not saying that it's going to hold up in the end. I'm not saying that the mystery is going to be... I'm not saying anything other than that the quality of the writing, the subtlety, the humor is of much higher quality than I thought it would come close to. Very impressed so far. All right, time for another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are playing the Diamond Heist from the Cold Case Investigation Unit series. I've been thrilled with the quality so far of the case, and we've been discussing in the chat some theories and details, and we've been struggling a little bit about trying to make sense of who could have done it, of wrapping our head around our initial hunches. We were talking about how does the thief get into the room and get the jewelry? Anna was saying, well, couldn't a professional... Oh, Jonathan was saying maybe she left the safe open and the thief snuck in through the stairs and got it. And I said, I don't believe that. Doesn't seem like you can't plan a heist robbery, and clearly this was planned around the idea of hoping that she leaves the thing open by mistake. It would make more sense if she was in on it somehow. But then I think we're all a little doubtful that she is in on it. For one reason, everyone seemed to think she was going to win these awards. And it feels like if she thought her career was going to be saved and she was going to win all these awards, would she really risk all this to steal this jewelry? Anna was saying maybe the robber could have bypassed the recording sensor. We don't really need the robber to bypass the recording sensor. If the time is off a little bit, then that could have been recorded. That seems a little doubtful to me. Anna was saying, how come if the robber was up there? We were saying originally, how could Gus not have seen the robber if he came up in the elevator right after she came down? But now we know there's a back stairway into that penthouse area, that someone was already messing with the doors. In fact, we've got a description of a guy who may have been propping open doors that we should be on the lookout for. This I do think points us towards the Pink Panther gang being involved, and this gang member opening the stairway. Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to our documents. We've still got a bunch before we've still got the codes to look at from the Pink Panther gang, which I think is our most likely set of suspects, although we don't know exactly how they got the jewelry, or how they would have even thought that Sarah was going to go up alone. That's awkward. We'll have to see. Although well, no, because we saw all the records. I was going back still to this little lingering clue about how she gets a message from that seems to be from Gus, but then we think it seems a little off. Okay, let's get back to the details because I think we're gonna get some more stuff filled in here. Prisoner release update. Changing lives for the better. Belinda Jovanovic. We've got her information here. Tattoo of panther on left shoulder. What's her address? She refuses to disclose. Belinda is believed to be a member of organized crime gang, the Pink Panthers. She was sentenced to 5 years in prison in 2017, having been found in possession of 25 Rolex watches stolen from a bank vault. Her DNA was found at the crime scene, linking her to the theft. Has been offered multiple opportunities to discuss and atone for her offending behavior. However, she refuses to speak about the offense or the crime gang we know she's a member of. The only reference she makes to her incarceration is that she is sorry she got caught. I firmly believe she will continue to offend on her release. In the last few weeks, Belinda has received an increasing amount of mail and visits. The last 2 letters she received appear to have been written in code. Belinda was given the opportunity to translate the code. She agreed to do this. However, her translation makes no sense, which would appear to be deliberate. So she did agree to translate the codes. They figured out there were codes. She translated. They don't make sense. She was placed in solitary confinement for a week as punishment. Had her visitation revoked. We don't have proof of criminal intent, but I think she's going to rob again. And now we get confirmation that she actually was let out earlier than the newspaper thought she would be let out. on the 8th. Let's see what they returned to her. Black trousers, t-shirt, white jumper with blue stripes, and a brown cowboy hat, and 483 pounds in cash. Okay, so that is definitely her with the stolen car. Crime report. Oh, here's a report from the theft. PC Ahmed is the investigating officer. Now, PC Ahmed, don't we have him on record arriving? Do we not have an Ahmed? I think we need to have that car park list. Keep that one handy. That one seems to come up quite a bit. No, we don't have an Ahmed. We have an Abdullahi. Okay, I thought maybe we had an Ahmed. We have an Abdul and an Abdullahi, but not Ahmed. Okay, so Ahmed is the officer that gets called to the scene at midnight of the crime. 11:59, call received from Gustav Anderson reporting theft from penthouse suite of Hilton Hotel at Leicester Square. We know that the car is seen in that area at some point. We may want to try to track down when that was. Car is a security guard. Necklace worth 1 million, insured for 1.8 million. A little suspicious. Insured. It was insured for 2 million. Here it's worth 1 million. I don't know what that means. States he attended collection location at specified time and necklace is not in the safe. No sign of forced entry. States limited hotel staff, himself, and one other person has access. Refuses to disclose who the other person is. States he's going to find her and will await attending officers. Refusing to answer any further questions until officer arrives. So he makes a call. He says, I'm not going to tell you anything on the phone. You just get here. I'll explain it all when you get here. I'm going to try to find her again. Kind of find her. So he can't find her at this point? So it's interesting. Gus refuses to say anything about it on the phone at 11:59. 12 past midnight, he calls again. Further call from Mr. Anderson, demanding officers attend immediately. So he calls right away, he calls back. 19 past midnight, officers arrive on scene. At 12:45 past midnight, speaking with hotel staff, appears valuable necklace has been taken from safe. I've been warned earlier this evening. Placed in the safe, ready for collection. Placed in the safe, ready for collection. Difficult to get information from Sazzy, who's intoxicated and ranting about losing at the awards. Initial caller wishes for case to be passed to Briggs Private Investigative Services. Why does he want it to go straight to the PI? That's a little strange. He doesn't want to give details. And he wants it to go straight to a PI. Maybe he just has no faith in the police. Case file prepared and forwarded. No media. They don't want any media attention. They don't want the media to know about the jewelry robbed. They don't want... Interesting. Okay. Continuing here, this was the London police. Here's Middlesex police. Woodthorpe Road. On 8th of October, so 2 days prior. Call received from prison governor Annie Wilkes, reporting that her car has just been stolen. So our person, our Belinda Jovanovic stole the car of the governor of the prison. And there's our car right there. Here's our stolen car by Belinda. So we're either going to find out that Belinda Jovanovic and the Pink Panther gang are doing this whole job, or it's a red herring and we're meant to find that the car could not have been at the scene. States the thief is currently in the car, driving in circles, spinning around the car park, shouting donuts. She cannot see the driver or whether there are any passengers. If officers get a move on, they can catch them in the act. Car has been driven from the car park, current whereabouts unknown. So she's just out for joyriding in the governor's car. So my gut tells me maybe it's all a red herring and that this person is not involved in the theft. Okay, now more confirmation about the value of this thing being suspicious. So there's an appraisal for the jewelry. Retail replacement value prepared by Uma Brown on the 2nd of October. On stamped 24 karat ladies custom made modern style necklace, bright polished finish. Diamond cut measuring 10 karat, SI1, color F, cut excellent, depth excellent, excellent. 32 pave set, round, brilliant cut diamonds. 32 stones, 11 carats. VS clarity, GH, excellent. Total weight in diamonds, 20.86 carats. Total retail replacement, just under £1 million. Insured for 1.8 million. That's interesting. But hard to collect if there wasn't violence taking it, is how I read it. All right, here is our last document. Police Department nominal intelligence about Desmond Garcia. This is the stalker of Sarah. He would have a reason to be climbing up those staircases and try to get in. Other name, Des or Fanboy. No fixed house. I wonder if this is about the red herring about the staircases being open, meant to be an alternative explanation. He's a white British male, short, dark brown hair. Yep. Clean shaven, tattoo on either side of neck saying Saza. Okay. So, this is our guy, backstairs guy. Okay. So that was quick. So our stalker, Desmond Garcia, who wrote that note to her in the beginning, who lives at home, is the guy that the hotel workers saw in the back stairway loitering about. Known to regularly use the tube in London buses, also has access to his mother's white Series BMW. Okay, so let's write this down on our license plate. I'm sure we're going to see him in the hotel. EX15UMK. Says stalker. Let's see what we've got here. EX15. There it is. Any more sign of it? Yes, there's another sign. It also came in here. So he's there on the night of the party, 2 p.m., leaves at 2:45, arrives at 8 p.m., leaves after the theft. Interesting. Interesting. Leaves after the theft. This looked like an unrequited stalker note. Why would you let them do this to me? They threw me in prison. Thrown in prison. Did he meet up with Belinda in prison? I've got a plan. I know you're having money troubles. I'll see you real soon and we can be together. So one possibility is he actually met up with Sarah and she said, I can use this guy. Is it possible that he actually met up with her here? What do our hotel timeline penthouse access look? Is it possible that he met up with her and they formed a plan? 1401 to 1445. Where does that match up? It doesn't. So we have no records. Oh, but we don't have records from the 9th. Okay, let's make a note here. No records from Friday, October 9th. Do we know when our woman checks in? Is she already checked in? No, because we know she doesn't check in until the 10th, we think. And we've got booking information, we can confirm it. But I wonder if the stalker is not working, if Sarah isn't using him, a classic film noir trope of her having his stalker wrapped around her little finger. All right, let's continue here. High risk of imminent harm. Garcia, released on October 4th, has been seen hanging around some of his current fixations, Sazia Zakaria's usual haunts. She's been given safety advice. Her expectations regarding level of service have been managed. Record any sightings. I wonder if he was in the same jail as Belinda. Let's see his offense history. 2018 harassment of offensive letters to the neighbor. P. Clifford is our victim. And then S. Jones. One of the tips in our remedial detective school for narrative mystery gamers video was to always make sure you check backs of pages. Okay, let's see. 2018 harassment, repeated unwanted calls, letters to neighbor, arrested and charged, harassment, arrested and charged, harassment, posted dead rodents through neighbor's door, arrested insufficient evidence. Next month, he got arrested for shoplifting, banned from Tesco's, a famous department store chain in England. A couple months later, he's harassing someone else, a Tesco security guard. Oh my God. So look at this. He got arrested for shoplifting, and now he's become obsessed with the Tesco security guard person. Seen hanging around outside Tesco store, asking staff about colleague Sarah or whoever, S. Jones. Continuing. Breach of peace, arrested outside Tesco. In possession of a loud hailer reciting poems to his girlfriend, S. Jones. Chief Constable. Words of advice given, including instruction to stay away from S. Jones, who denies being in a relationship. Doesn't want to be. Shop theft. Goes back and steals 30 bottles of vodka from Tesco. Arrested and charged. Now look at this. grievous bodily harm, entered Tesco's store and stabbed security guard, accusing him of having an affair with his girlfriend. J. Ahmed. Is it just a coincidence that we have is Ahmed our police officer? Investigating officer PC Ahmed. Oh, this is the victim is Ahmed. I'm just going to make a note. I think this is separate and unrelated, but it is curious that we've got Ahmed here. Okay, and then a year later, he's decided to be obsessed with Sarah. He's written her 50 times from prison. I really want to know if he's at the same prison as Belinda. Arrested and warned, breach of restraining order, arrested and charged, breach of restraining order, arrested and charged, breach of restraining order, arrested and sentenced to 8 months in custody. And he just got out. Okay. So we've now gone through all of our documents. We're just going to arrange them a little bit better here. So let's just arrange our documents a little bit. We've got, what was our welcome to the case? We don't need that for now. Welcome to the case. We don't need that for now. This will be related to our jewelry. See if we can just keep some of this arranged. Well, there's our Belinda section. Here's our jewelry section. This is again Belinda. Okay, safety deposit. Let's put that with our hotel file. More on the... Is it just me that's suspicious that they insured this for 1.9 million? I find that very odd that he just had it appraised that week for 900,000, and all of a sudden he's insuring it for 1.9 million. I mean, I know it's it's in his family, so maybe he values it more than the appraisers do. I'm not sure exactly how that works. Okay, this is our hotel more. I'm going to put these in with our correspondence section. And then that's Belinda's. This is going to be our hotel records. Let's put that with our hotel records area. Then we've got our phone logs. There's more information about Belinda. Got a big hefty file on Belinda. We definitely need to re-look at her coded messages and her car log. Here was our phone log. The only thing weird about that was the message that didn't look like it could have come from our Gus guy. And then we've got our notebook, which has some stuff in it. So we've got a bunch of stuff that we need to re-look at. Okay, so that's our document organized a little bit better. Um, what to file that one under? All right, and then we've got our newspaper that we may want to look again through for stuff we may have missed, and our document. But maybe let's catch up in the chat and talk about theories a little bit. Talking about the phone message that looked like it was from Gus, but doesn't seem to be from his phone. Blake, so that's why I thought the message was strange. It's telling her to put it in the safe as opposed to Gus, who would want it just handed over directly. Yeah, that is odd. Maybe they observed her going up by herself and then went up the stairs after her. I think she went up by herself for a bit before coming back down. The insurance says that one of the places it's allowed to be kept is in the hotel room safe. So it's not crazy for him to be saying, hey, when you're not wearing it and whatever, you got to keep it in that safe. Anna says the plan was the necklace will be in the safe at 11:45. Maybe they planned the theft according to that, so the thief was waiting in the room. I think that makes sense. Blake says this works with Anna's theory of breaking the safe somehow, since it wasn't registered as open until the safety guard checks. Anna says the necklace is ugly. Then the stalker arrived at Dave earlier. The stalker says Sarah has money troubles. But why was Belinda at this hotel? It couldn't be a coincidence. I agree, and I think we need to go look at Belinda much more carefully. Let's look at the notes made by the detective agency, though, now that we've got most of our information and we can look at this a little bit closer. So look, he's made a map of the thing. This is reception. Okay, so he's pointing out that there's the penthouse lift and there's the stair at the Milton Hotel. There are stairs to the penthouse. And I think this is pointing out you could get up to the penthouse through the stairs and get out without anyone seeing you. Does he see her? I think this is a comment about... This is something that someone picked up on when we read about the text message walked right by you. There's a weird statement where I think we need to reread his statement of what he says happened and then her text message that says, I walked right by you. That was a little confusing. Okay, here's her Instagram. Has anyone checked out this Instagram and seen whether she really was wearing it and all that? I mean, she can say she doesn't want people to stare at her, but obviously everyone's looking at her. Okay, PC Ahmed. The room was searched. Sarah was interviewed. Gus was interviewed. This is Sarah. This is Gus. So Ahmed says, we searched the room. We interviewed Sarah. We interviewed Gus. Should we interview the receptionist? What does she know? We know she knows about people opening the back stairs. Not very useful to us. Okay, let's go back to our suspects again. This is the jewelry store owner, Alf. D. Garcia is Desmond, the stalker. Helen is the ex-manager. The ex-husband is Mark. We know Helen and the husband are hanging out, having fun drinking. It does put them in the hotel, but it would be ridiculous for them to have committed this crime and then be making a making fun of her publicly, drawing attention to themselves. So clearly they can't be it. And then we've got Belinda in the Pink Panther gang. Okay, Burton Eurovault penthouse safe. What is this about? Is this telling us about Is this giving us information about the nature of this vault? Is it telling us something about how the safety deposit box could be defeated? We might want to think about that a little bit more. We know the hotel CCTV was not working unless we can get a lead on the engineer responsible. That seems like a dead end for us, just tells us why they don't have records. And then a reminder about Belinda's note. Okay. Let's quickly go through this paper again and see if our specific articles have any important stuff from us. Okay, she's a favorite to win. This makes her motive, gives her less of a motive if she's going to win a bunch of awards and get rich and famous from it. But we know she owes money. She fired her ex-manager. She insists on employees turning away from her. All right, what else we got? Alcohol robberies, crashed car, a Renault Megane. A missing persons, Emma Roogs. Here's our Belinda. Let's read more about her. Be released from prison this week. We know it already happened. He was found guilty of burrowing into the HSNB bank and cracking into the safe room. So she's got skills as a safe cracker. So she may be able to break into security boxes. She left DNA evidence. Didn't tell on her partners. They send coded messages. They target high-value jewelry stores as well as individual millionaires. She gets letters from admirers, many written in secret code. All right. Now, do we think that this is important for us, these overtyped stuff? I don't think so, given that there were other typos in here. I'm guessing it's just a typo. But I wonder. I mean, you can see, we can read some of it. Get if investigation. Actually, very interesting. I've never seen this used on purpose in a game where you'd have to figure out what both things said. But I have a hard time seeing what the motivation for that would be, what the thematic explanation would be. So we're going to come back to that. Alma Bing correctly guessed the missing word. Alma and her husband, Alfred, own a jewelers. They'll be closing early today in order to claim their prize. So someone knew they'd be out of town. or arrange for them to be out of town. And then here's our coded Pink Panther message. I'm going to print that out in case we want to zoom in on it. What does it look like? I mean, it's an 8-bit or 4 and 4-bit binary, so we could get ASCII characters out of that. Three, four, but they don't look right. We could put these in to a website if we wanted to quickly translate them to ASCII to see if they say something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 entries, or it could be referring to another code. Okay, Jonathan says, I read it as saying the panel save is a Burton Eurovault, maybe mentioned in the paper. We didn't see it. Question, maybe I just missed it, but was there a solution envelope? Or do you use the website? There was no solution envelope, so that means you need the website to answer it. So apparently you do need the website. It's a little odd that it says if you get stuck, there's clues. It says if you get stuck, there's some clues on the website, and you'll find the answer on there too when you're ready. So this big, thick sheet of cardboard here is telling us that the website has the answer. So I guess you do need the website to answer it. All right. So we've got the codes from Jacinda's, not Jacinda, Belinda. We've got the codes to decipher. We've got code in the paper, code on her notes, and we've got this car log. And then I do want to look at Gus's statement of what happened, but let's take a look at this first briefly. Let's just see if we can see from here where the hotel is, where if the car was at the hotel at the right time. She's driving all over the place. What do we know about where the hotel is? And let's see, maybe we can catch her going to the jeweler. Or Zachary. I mean, we've got addresses. We've got an address for Sarah, the jeweler, presumably the hotel. Let's see if we can catch this car stopping at, let's see if these places where it stopped are places of interest. Right? That would be useful to know. So the hotel is at Leicester Square. Okay, good. That's our first piece of information. So Leicester Square is here. So this stop here is the hotel, or near the hotel. So the last place that there was a stationary period seems to be here. So it looks like, look at this. Let's see what we've got here. Within the last 24 hours, it's activated on 6 occasions, currently deactivated. This is kind of cute here. Can I give you a super close up? This okay, good. All right. So look, we got the starting time at 13:45, right? Date October 10th. So this is the time of the, assuming this is on October 10th. Not sure exactly what, if this is 9th or 10th, but we're told at 13:45 it starts at Jubilee Gardens. Okay, so here's Jubilee Gardens. Jubilee Gardens, which is the start. It's right barely off the map. Let's call that 1. Okay, let's put that 1 over here. So that's the start. So we know that's at 13:45. Okay. Then it's active for 93 minutes till it gets here. So this, if someone could pull up a clock timer, I think I could do it in my head, but it could easily go off. So active for 93 minutes. So we would add 93 minutes to 13:45. That's adding an hour and a half. So it'd be 14:45 or 15 plus 18. I believe that would bring us to 15:18 is when they arrive there. 13:45 takes them an hour and a half to get here. 14:45, 15:15 plus 3. So they get there for 15:18. And then they stay there for 13 minutes. So that means they're leaving at 15:31. That's how long they get there and they leave there. Our next stop is here. This is location 2. Okay. Next stop takes them exactly 2 hours to get there and then inactive for 37 minutes. So 2 hours would be 17:31. Then inactive for an hour would be 18:08, I believe. Or rather, they get there at 17:31 at location 3, and then they're inactive for 37 minutes. That's stop 3. The next stop is here. They're leaving at 18:08, presuming I'm getting all of this time right. They're active for an hour, so it takes them an hour to drive this way here. That puts them at 19:07. And then inactive for 87 minutes. This is location 4. So 87 minutes is an hour and a half minus 3. So that would be 20:37 minus 3, which would be 20:34. I believe that's right. Okay, next stop is here. Is everyone following all this? Next stop is stop 5, or at least following it enough. It'd be nice if someone was double checking me. Next stop is active for 26 minutes. That brings us to exactly 21:00. Arrive. And then inactive for 154 minutes. 154 is an hour and 34. So that would be 22, 30, 2 hours and 34 minutes. 23, 31. Active for 26 minutes. And then they're there for 154 minutes. So they're there for 2 hours plus 34 minutes. 2 hours. So they're there from 11 to, sorry, they're there from 9 to 11:34 p.m. And then they arrive at the hotel, location 6. Takes them 34 minutes to get to the hotel. That puts us at, aha, I think we now find out that she doesn't arrive at the hotel in time to be involved in this robbery. Although maybe she can arrive in time to pick it up. So actually, okay, so 34 minutes driving puts us at 24:08, otherwise known as 8 past midnight. And then inactive for 12, which brings us to 24:20, otherwise known as 20 minutes past midnight. And then they're active for 19 minutes, which is 24:39. So if I've done this right, let me give a close-up, maybe. No, I can't do it both. You want the times, I can't make it bigger and show my notes. Let me know if you can read that, okay? But if this time is right, and maybe we'll have to revisit, we should make sure, we need to make sure, up to 1908. Did I get this wrong? 3? I did this. Yeah, okay, I think I did this right. If this is correct, she doesn't get to the hotel until 8 past midnight. 8 past midnight. You would think the thief would be long gone. Let's see if we can identify any of these other places. And see if we can't see that of her going anywhere. Oh, we have her at the hotel timeline. Maybe this was all of no value. I mean, maybe this was all superfluous. Where's our hotel parking sheet? I mean, I went through this whole driving timeline, but if we have her at the hotel at a certain time, that's that. All right, so according to our parking records, AY63ZDS KY63ZDS arrived on the 10th, checked in on the 10th. What are we doing wrong here? Is it the day that's wrong? Because we've got her in the hotel 6:23 on 10th at hotel parking from 16:23 to 18:01. What's happening here? What day is this? This is on the day of the 10th at 10 a.m. Does that mean this is on the past? So this October 9th, is that what we've got here? Is this report generated at 10 a.m. on the 10th over the last 24 hours? So this is our October 9th travel. And then at the 9th, we have her checking in at 4:23. I don't get it. What am I missing? Okay, Jonathan says you changed 1908 to 1907, but otherwise the math you agree on. So 10 a.m. over the last 24 hours, within the past 24 hours. So I think this is telling us about from 10 a.m. on October 9th. So at October 9th, she drives, gets to the hotel at the night of October 9th at midnight, and then leaves after being at the hotel for 12 minutes. Only at the hotel for 12 minutes on the 9th. But according to this record, okay, no. According to this record, she's at the hotel checking out at 6 p.m. How is that possible? What are we missing? What am I misunderstanding here? Let me reorganize this a bit. We could just focus on this. So there's the license plate, KY63ZDS, KY63ZDS. On October 9th, that car checks into the hotel at 16:23, leaves at 18:01. So 4:23 p.m. leaves at 6 p.m. Let's make sure I've identified the hotel at the right place. Where did I get the hotel address from? Milton Hotel is at Leicester Square. Okay. And if you zoom in, you can see that Leicester Square is right here. I believe that's Leicester Square. It's got a red line on top of it. Could I have gotten that wrong? Is that not Leicester Square? I believe it is. I still wanted to check her other addresses. Maybe our coded message may help explain some of this. But I'd still like to understand this because this is very confusing to me. How it's at the hotel from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. and yet we have it on that day traveling from 1:45 p.m. at the start. Oh, it's not 1:45 p.m. at the start. Traveling many hours and arriving at the hotel after midnight on the 10th, on the early morning of the 10th. How is that possible? I suppose it's possible if the prison is here. Is that possible? I was trying to think, like, is the governor of the prison checked into the hotel? But that doesn't make sense. It's on the road. What am I misunderstanding? Is it the wrong day? Jonathan says, I'm reading the GPS map as being from 10 a.m. on the 9th to 10 on the 10th. There's something I'm misunderstanding about this map. Blake asked a good question. When was the security photo taken? That does give us another time. Let's see if we can use that information. Okay. The time, it's Gulf Services South Bank at 11:12 hours Friday, the 9th of October. So I believe that is that's before our timeline here, right? I think that's before our timeline starts, before our GPS tracking starts, right? It's at 11:12. Our tracking starts at 13:45. So this is outside our GPS range, it seems. It'd be nice to understand when this thing starts. says date October 10th, time 10 a.m. Data range 24 hours. So presumably that means the previous 12 hours, right? So does this start, data start on October 9th? It says within the past 24 hours, devices activated on 6 locations. Activates when the engine is running. Okay, so if this starts on the 9th, are we not being told that at 13:45 on the 9th, which is a quarter to 2 p.m., that's when this starts? So on Friday the 9th at 2 p.m., we start this trip. But then how on earth does it check into the hotel two hours later when we know it doesn't get to the hotel until midnight? Is someone swapping license plates? Or am I misunderstanding something? If okay, so that's one possibility, seems to be somehow switching license plates, like maybe switch plates, drive here, and then someone else is just driving around. Is another possibility that we're understanding this document wrong? What if this was from the 11th to the 10th? It would tell us that she started on the 10th here and arrived on the 11th here, and we just have no records of that. But then check VRM is clear. Confusing, very confusing to reconcile these two pieces of information. All right, well, let's make a note. How to reconcile. Maybe the coded codes will help us. Hotel bar check-in and GPS. Drunk Tiger says, how can that short distance be active for 120 minutes? You're saying between time 3 and time 4, 120 minutes have passed. Time 3, 59 minutes. I don't know how long it takes to get there, but they could be sitting in a running car. either way, still doesn't put him at this location. It's an interesting point. Let's look at this before we move on. I think we'll decode the codes, and maybe that'll help explain something. But I do think it's worth pointing out that if we're told that it activated at 13:45 here, for example, it was active for 93 minutes, which gets us here at 15:18 at this first stop. Let me zoom up here. Let's just talk about this just to understand theoretically what we mean. If it's activated here at 13:45, and then we know it was active for 93 minutes, and then went inactive for 13 minutes, meaning the engine was shut off, it doesn't necessarily mean that it took them 93 minutes to drive this time. The other way to read that data is it took 5 minutes to drive it, and then they sat there with the engine running for 88 minutes. But then we know it was there, stopped, turned off before it moved on. So if we know that it left here at 23:34, it's possible you could get to the hotel as early as 23:40 and just sit there for 30 minutes. But that still gets you to the hotel. I guess it gets you to the hotel earlier than the robbery if this was that night. I just don't understand how this plate shows up at 4 p.m. no matter what night you make it. I just don't understand. John says it's also a bit odd to show the directed arrow at the beginning. Yes, this arrow. It's a direction of travel arrow. To not show it in other places. Yeah, it is odd, isn't it? Well, there's an arrow here, an arrow here. I don't see any other arrows. I wouldn't mind also seeing, I put that as something to resolve. I also thought, let's see what addresses we know about. That's important. Is the Milton Hotel. We've got Sarah's apartment, jewelry store. Where I want to know where these places are in case we can catch people going to them. So the jewelry store is at Hatton Garden, and here's a map of it. Okay, let's see if we can catch anyone here. So here it is. Hatton Garden looks like Port Pool Lane, and what street is this? Hatton Garden Jewelry Quarter. Is that someplace on this map that's useful to us? I'd like to know if she drives by it. Close to an abundance of London's underground stations. There's an underground station. Holborn Muslim Community Center. A little frustrating. I suppose we could go on Google Maps and try to find this. Currently deactivated. Last signal report received was in the region of St. James Park. And there's St. James Park. So just more confirmation that this is the end of the route. Last received in the region of St. James Park. So that's here, St. James. See map for details. And then activated 1345 Jubilee. That is the start. This is right where it's cut off is Jubilee. I mean, since she's a member of the Pink Panther gang, I feel like when we decode her messages, we may have it all explained to us. So maybe it's pointless of us from the car park in front of the prison. Woodthorpe Road, Ashford. I feel like maybe we would be benefiting from internet at this point. I mean, you could make the case that she's trying to draw attention to the fact that she's in this stolen car as an alibi. But then one to 7 Portpool Lane is the address of the. I'm just going to write down these different addresses. Sarah lives at 1385 Ilchester Place. And then the jeweler is at 1 to 7 Portpool Lane. It might be nice to see if one of these places is there. Did she stop at any of these places? It doesn't look like she did. She's just driving around like a maniac everywhere. All right. Well, let's take a break. Jonathan says, we know this is the warden's plate, right? Not making an assumption that this is the warden's plate. Well, yeah. We know that she stole the warden's car. Governor Ann Wilkes. Just been stolen from the car park at 11:24 on the 8th of October. 8th of October. She's doing it. We're told it's a black Mercedes with that plate. Car got driven off. That's on the 8th of October. The next morning, she's seen filling up her car on Friday the 9th at 11:12. Which is not even on our GPS, which is kind of crazy. How about you give us the times when it was stolen? Unless there's some bug with this GPS tracking data. All right, I think we better pause here. Take a break. Collect ourselves and come back. Does the stolen report say the type of car? Does it match the car she's filling with gas? So we know she's not switching plates. Yeah, I mean, here she is. There's her car. This one has its plate blocked out. Is it possible she's switching cars, switching plates? But that looks like a black Mercedes, and checked into the hotel is a car with that plate, but it doesn't say the make of the car. So it's possible she met and it's possible she's met and switched cars with someone and then had that person drive all over the place and maybe pick her up here. But then, and she's checked in with a different plate. It's a pretty, I don't see how it makes sense, but maybe the codes explain it. So maybe it's just crazy for us to try to solve this without working on those codes. So let's do that. Let's take a break. Lots of reasons why this timeline GPS might be confusing. Maybe we're reading it wrong. Maybe it's a bug. Maybe the code will explain. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll try maybe to attack this from a different angle.
I'll make it up to you. 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 I'll make it up to you.
Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. I have my laptop here if we need to use it. We're arguing, talking in the chat, trying to make sense still of this GPS. European dates have foiled me as an American. It is hard, but yeah, just to show us. these dates here are all from October 9th. And there's October 10th, the actual date of the robbery. So this is our stolen car here. Found, checked into the parking at 4:23 p.m. on the 9th. This is October 9th of October. And then here is October 10th, Saturday, Friday. And then clear over here. There's our stolen car. What was this car, EX15UMK? That was the mother's car of the Desmond, the stalker, right? And then these cars, Mills, May, we don't know, although we do have a Mills twice. And Jonathan was saying on the same day, T May and H Cruz arrive in a car with the same license plate. What? Whoa, that's weird. Jonathan has spotted something very odd. Let's see, here's Mills coming in with an OMO. So he's driving the same car. But Jonathan's pointing out that Cruz, who's our manager, who's fired, she's got a license plate AR11, and someone else, May, is also driving that same car. License plate. T. May and Cruz, same license plate. That's odd. That's very odd. T. May has the same license as Cruz. What the hell is that? As T. May, you would think that might be the ex-husband, but his name is Mark. I will note, whether it's on purpose or not, it's a little kind of fun. This does say plate recognition system. So it's kind of an automatic, it says here, automatic plate recognition system. So you can notice here, this one's got a space in it, same plate over here, same person, no space. So we should at least accept the possibility that there could be a mistaken read somehow. May is going at the wrong room. Different room than Fruz. Sorry, it's, yeah, May. 103 and 301. They have the same license plate. Maybe it's a rented car. I don't know how to explain it. All right, let's see if we can decode some of the codes for our person. But let's, before we do, two people, different rooms, sharing a car, that would make sense. except this isn't the person we think she's supposed to be with. Okay, so to resolve, I'm going to add to the list GPS timeline. I'm going to add to our list of things we want to resolve that May and Cruz have same license. This one they're in overnight. This one they're just in for the day. Maybe the boyfriend checked in under a different name. Don't know. Oh, and maybe on my to resolve list, like not to forget to do, check other locations on map. Just see if she stopped off at the jewelry store. Insider trading on the jewelry store is still a possibility in my mind. And I also wanted to check Gus's story versus the walked right by you thing. John says, might this be a bug? I think it's possible. It's possible. It's also possible that it's a rental car. Since we don't know. Or it's the husband, the ex-husband's checking in under a different name, something like that. All right, well, we've got two possibilities at this moment. So far, we've been very impressed with the density, the meatiness of this evidence data and the writing quality. There have been some typos, especially in the newspaper. I'm not sure I've seen them elsewhere. And we're really hitting our head against a wall with the GPS data. And we've got a confusing mystery. So we're at a fork in the road here that we don't understand. There's two possibilities for this case. Either it's all going to make sense in the end, in which case, kudos to the writer if you can make all this make sense. Or we're going to have found that there were bugs and stuff that we got stuck on. So it's kind of like I've got some, I don't know exactly what to call it. I've got some trepidation here. Have things gone wrong with this case? Or is this really just or is this exactly what you want? To have the moment of being confused and nothing making sense until we resolve it. All right, so I think what we should do is work on the codes a little bit. Let's see what we can do about these codes. So it's all our person here. It would make a little bit of sense. Before we leave here, let me just point out, even though this says October 10th, the last 24 hours, if this really was the date she stole the car, it would make a little bit of sense that, except this says very clearly she was photographed at 11 a.m. on Friday. Yeah, okay, so if this was really all about October 8th, She steals the car at 11 a.m. on October 8th. She goes on this joyride on October 8th till midnight in the early morning of October 9th, and then disappears off the grid until she's photographed here in the South Bank on Friday, and she's way past the hotel. So if this is October 8th instead of October 9th and it's mislabeled, then it's completely irrelevant to us and just a coincidence that she stopped off at the hotel on the night of the 8th before there are any records, and then she comes back to the hotel according to the parking log on the next day. But that would make all of this irrelevant unless she went to places and was talking to people. That's not what it says. We'll worry about that later. All right. Let's work on codes now. All right, so the first thing we need to do before we work on codes do we need to note that this looks a little different from this? Do you see the dark area here and here at the top and bottom? This is when it was appraised and insured for insurance. I see like a little dark area here, whereas, and then looks like clear in the center. This looks like it's all dark in the center. One prong set round brilliant cut diamond in the middle, and then 32 are paved diamond. What have we got here? We've got a ring here of one in the center. 32. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I guess that's consistent. Just looks a little different, but twisted here at the neck. I think it's just reflecting light differently, says Drunk Tiger. Okay. Just glare. Okay, so two people say just coincidence that it looks different. Okay. What do you guys make about the different appraisal values? Is that suspicious to you or not? We've got Belinda's. I also want to make one more thing just in case it's relevant. We've got Belinda's height very dominantly told to us. We're told she's 173 centimeters. 173 centimeters tall. This photo does not put her at 173, so I don't know how we make sense of that. Look at this, height 173. Here she is in a hat. Even with the hat, she's not reaching 170. That seems like a bug to me. But then I did want to point out that this says 3.6 meter height total. So I wonder, it looks like you could divide that into 3. That would put her at about, I guess that doesn't work. But okay, that seems like a little bit of sloppiness to me. Now, let's start decoding. Now to decode, here are pieces of our puzzle for decoding that we are a little. I was pointing out that the address, that the height looks wrong. It's very clearly we're given in these two photos shown, she's shown next to a height chart that she's well under 170 centimeters. And yet on her prison information here, she's listed as 173 centimeters. So that seems just like sloppiness to me. It looks like maybe she's probably closer to 163 centimeters. So I don't know what's going on there. Okay, now for deciphering our codes, I want to write down all of the clues we were given about deciphering. The first clue is Belinda was given the opportunity to translate. She agreed to do. Translation makes no sense, which would appear to be deliberate. So she translated. Makes no sense. Okay. The book, our detective notebook, said dice cipher, which I don't know what that means. And that's basically all we have for the cipher clues, except for this. Except for our two codes. We know this one came before this one. Nothing on the back. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do what we said in the beginning. We're going to put up a 10-minute timer and just work on this independently. No checking the website for hints. We'll just sit in silence for 10 minutes, maybe more. We might need an hour on this or so. We'll just see. But we'll start with 10 minutes and just talk in silence. So I hope we get some help. We've got a bunch of people. We've got Blake, Drunk Tiger, Anna, Jonathan. Everyone work on it, but don't post any solution if you happen to find it until after the 10 minutes up. When the 10 minutes are up, we'll talk. I guess I'll see if I can keep this visible for you, though, so you can see these codes. A little hard to show you here. Remember that this one came second, though. There, now you can see the dice. This is the first one, though. So we've got B and V here with the B colored, whatever that means. Oh, we've got one more code, don't we? We've got one more code, which is the newspaper Pink Panther code. Which is there. Trying to get them all on screen. I'm going to see if I can get some close-ups. Not without doing this. Okay, let's just leave it there for now. One thing that's I wonder, this gets just take a I know we're supposed to think of this for a minute. I just want to mention something before I forget. This gets back to trust in designer and how much do you trust bugs and how much do you think it seriously. So we can see her height. It's very clear that she's probably with a hat on like 163. Her prison thing says she's 173. It says she was matched with DNA. That's how they caught her. And here we see 10 millimeter thick icing on this thing. Are we being told that it was her sister? Like, are there sisters? Is that what's going on? That the one that's serving prison time is the sister? I'm not sure how much it's relevant to our case, but I'm really wondering if the sister isn't 10 millimeters taller. It's mommy that's doing this. Yeah, but notice it said originally 10 centimeters and then was crossed out to write 10 millimeters. Like, there's a lot of pieces of this that are tempting me to think this is significant. All right, so back to thinking though. Is a dice cipher a known thing? Awfully weird. These clearly aren't sides of a dice. There's a lot of twos, and they're arranged in different ways. Well, we're going to need a lot more time than this, that's for sure. This is one of these things that would be appropriate to sleep on overnight. I wonder, depending on how serious we felt about this, we might make this a multi-day thing and sleep on it. We might have to just spend an hour looking at this for a while. It's interesting, we have 3 different places to look at. This is the one that I think it pays to find a website that does binary to ASCII. Well, so I think this first letter would be, that's going to be 64 plus 1, 65, which is an A. Let's see if the rest of this makes sense. 64 plus 2 would be a B. 64 plus 7, 15. It would all be 64, but the problem is when you got to this 101, well, no, those look like letters. Those could be letters. It's not bigger than any letter if this is ASCII, but that's AB. Okay, then 1, 3, 7 plus 15. Let me make my thing A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K. A website would tell us this very quickly. We'll do it old school. Do it old school at first. So this would be 65 or 1, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so if the first number is, that's a 64, so this is A, B, then the next letter is 1, plus 2 is 3, plus 4 is 7, plus 8 is 15. That would be an O. The next letter is a 16, which is going to be a P. The next letter is going to be a 16 plus an 8, which is 24, which I didn't have room for here. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. That's an X. That's not quite looking like a word, but it's very suspicious to me that these all look like in the range of letters. Four. Sorry, did I do that wrong? The fourth one is 16 plus 2 is 18. I think I did something a little bit wrong here. ABO. O is 15. Okay, the next letter is 16 plus 2 is 18. That's R. Abort, is that what it's going to say? That's an R. And then the next one is 2 plus 4, 6 plus 8 is 14. Unless I'm doing this slightly wrong. That's R. 1 plus 2 is 3, plus 4 is 7, plus 8 is 15 again, which is O. Now we've got 16 plus 4 is 20, which is C. Now we've got 16 plus 3 is 19, which is an S. Now we've got an A again. Now we've got a 6, which is an F. Abort, not safe. 1 plus 4 is 5. Okay, so our Pink Panther message is abort, not safe. So our Pink Panther message is now decoded. Our Pink Panther message is ASCII codes, a 8-digit binary gives you a number from 0 to 255. ASCII code has an A is number 65 and up. That's how in a computer, the A is the 65, the B is the 66. You could see from looking at these binary digits that the first half are either starting at 64 or starting at 64 plus 16, which is the second half of the alphabet. So anyway, if you were to put this into a online program converting binary to ASCII, you would get this note. I guess there was a T here I missed. Abort, not safe. Okay. So I did it manually, but you could do it. I guess I wasn't supposed to talk about this. I was supposed to work on it secretly without ruining it for you, and I apologize for that. That was the easy one. Abort, not safe. Okay. Young Tiger says, yeah, that one was mechanical more than creative. It's okay. All right. Now we're on I'm going to reset our 10-minute. We're back on this one for another 10 minutes. I have a feeling this one could take us hours, or at least 2. This one feels like it might just be a matter of rearranging these letters. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 letters. Here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 dice. The dice are going from 0 to 3. That's the highest value is a 3. Interesting. Highest value is a 3. Just gonna quick see if there's such a thing called a dice cipher. If the laptop will even wake up. If there is a known thing as a dice cipher that's written about in the detective book that I've never heard of, it might pay to look up what that is. Let's see if there's such a thing called. It looks a little bit like the Masonic cipher because of the. Okay, yes, there is. All right, so I think rather than try to figure this out, this absolutely looks like something that we should just use because this is a known thing. We're not supposed to we're not supposed to be able to figure this out. So let's decode our dice cipher. Okay, I'm going to take us off this. We're just going to decode the dice cipher. Okay? So the first one is I'm going to start at the upper left. We're going to start at the upper left. It would be nice if I had a split screen with the laptop, but I don't. I'm just going to start here and go across using the tablet. So we start out with an M. The next one is I or J. It's a dual use. That's an L. That's a T. That's an O. That's an M. Milton. Milton. Looks like it's going to tell us. Looks like it's going to tell us this is Milton Hotel or something. Okay, so it says Milton. Next is S. A. Sorry, what's the best way to do this? I guess it's more helpful to you if I do it this way and use my laptop to translate. Okay, so this one here is a T. Saturday is what it says. So for SAT blank, then this is an R. That's a D. Saturday. That's an H. RDH. That one is a Y. That one is an L. E. T. O. H. E. S. Blank. O. H. T. N. E. P. Hmm. Those last parts didn't seem to make much sense. Milton Saturday. Saturday. That's where he left off here. Milton Saturday. MiltonSAT. And then things get weird. RD. I'm going to retranslate this in case. RDHY. Saturday. RDHY. L. E. That's T. I think I translated it right. E. O. H. T. O. H. And then we put E. S. Blank. O. H. Another T. N. B. P. All right, let's look well how it makes sense. Milton Saturday. The space here. OHTNEP. Penthouse. I see. It's going down this way. Penthouse Hotel. So Milton Penthouse Hotel. Milton Hotel Penthouse Penthouse, Saturday, RDHY. So this is the only part that makes no sense. Yeah, sorry about that. This is a space. I can see why that would be confusing. It's lowered. That's how I use my blank, but I should probably make it separate. Okay, so Milton Hotel, Penthouse, and then Saturday, which is when this all happened. Now we've got one phrase that's going to be key. RDHY. RDHY. Read he could be ready day, ready day. Oh, Saturday. You think this is all Saturday? You think this is all one word, Saturday? Why wouldn't you use the code for you instead of a blank? Oh, because there is no you. Oh, look at that. There is no you. There's no you in the dice cipher. So what a ridiculous cipher. Okay, so the U's, it's interesting. Drunk Tiger was saying the U's were blanks. Okay, so instead of a U, when they needed a U, they used a blank. So this is going to say Saturday. So shouldn't this be an A? Okay, it's a slight typo. An A would have a dot. It's a typo in the cipher, which is completely in-game. That would be allowed. That the person enclosing it. So an A would be a dot right here. Here in the middle aligned. You can see there's the A, middle aligned. And the H is with the lower dot. So I think this is Saturday, and this person encoding it just got it slightly wrong. Should have been there. So this is what you would call a typo. Typo, but maybe not a typo from the designer, more like a typo from the encoder. Okay, well, we've solved 2 of the 3 codes. We've just got the birthday cake one, which seems very doable. But I want to pause for a moment to appreciate. I don't like the idea of using a dice cipher that you could only get by using the internet. If you did not have an internet or a library book on terrible ciphers, you could never come up with that dice cipher on your own. That's a little bit disappointing. It gave us a key to it, a suggestion of dice cipher in the book, but there'd be no way we could figure that out on our own. That's troublesome. Now, I want to mention one concept, though, that I think probably needs a word, but the word doesn't exist. But I'm going to tell you about a related word, which is a very cool word. So we found a typo in the code. This last letter in this code should have been encoded as an A, but the person who left the message or the designer made a typo. But you could easily argue that that would be a kind of mistake that the person leaving the message could make, and that the designer, it's not the designer's fault, that the designer purposefully added it. Now, there should be a word for that, for introducing a typo that's a typo left by a character in the story versus a typo left by the writer or the author. I don't know if there's a word for that, but I want to share with you a word that almost none of you who ever watched this will have heard of, but a film student might. And that's a word called diegetic or diegetic. How does Jonathan know that? How does Jonathan know that word? I was so sure that none of you in the history of time of watching this channel would know the word diegetic, or however you pronounce it. All right, Jonathan, do you want to explain to people what diegetic means? And tell us how on earth you know this word. While I get some coffee, Jonathan's going to explain it. It's a very cool word. Maybe I've mentioned it before on the channel. Let's hear Jonathan's. I'm very curious to hear Jonathan tell us where he knows that word from. It's a movie term. I don't know what its original origins are, but I know it's used in movies. Jonathan says, I took some film classes in college. It's used to describe music in the world of the film itself. Right. So normally you're watching a movie and you hear some orchestral score or you hear some tense music. It's music you can hear as part of the soundtrack for your benefit, but it's not music that the people in the movie hear. But then occasionally you'll watch a movie and someone will play a record. Now you're hearing the music from the record. That's diegetic music. That's music that they hear and you also hear, but they are hearing it. So this is a little bit related. It's a typo that's in the world. All right. Let us go back. I'm really surprised that you proved me wrong so quickly. All right, let's go back to our remaining code here. Before I give us 10 more minutes on this, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Jonathan says, so you're suggesting the term would be a diegetic typo. That's basically it. Yes, I'm suggesting a diegetic typo, or however you pronounce that word. Just going to print this out in case we want it to annotate. All right, I'm going to put us on a 10-minute break. And it says there was a case where we caught someone misspelling a word. Yes, it is a good thing to look for. If you look for ransom notes, you're looking for people who spell certain words wrong, stuff like that. Okay, I'm going to put us on a thinking break while we work on this code. Remember that this is the first code. That the second letter said hotel penthouse. So this one you would maybe imagine that someone is saying would be introducing her to the job before giving her information about specifics here. So maybe jewelry, robbery. If you just try to make sense of the blue letters, they're the least of those. There's only 6 of them. So you might try to think what word or two words could you make with just the blue letters? Kind of U here. Sorry. I'm trying to put both of these on the screen. Blake says, I've got this if you want a hint. Okay, wait for our 7 minutes up and then give us a good hint. There's 3 letters on each level. That might suggest we've got 3 words. 3 4-letter words. B. Okay, so I've got it too. I'll hide my answer in case anyone else still wants to work on it. Since we're going to take a break, I think what we'll do is we'll take an 8-minute break now before we come back and reveal the answer. Take your last moment to write this down if you haven't written this down, because I'm going to switch away from this to the break screen for 8 minutes. So you'll get 8 more minutes. Anyone else who still wants to work on it will have 8 more minutes to work on it before we come back. Has everyone gotten it written down if you don't have it written down? All right, so we're going to take an 8-minute break now. I'm going to turn off this. We'll take an 8-minute break. I'll see you when we come back. We'll get the last code and then I don't think this helps us much to resolve all the details, although I guess we know they're involved. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're going to solve this case with this code here. So I guess the key thing to realize was that there were 3 letters in each layer. So the most likely thing is that you're going down in columns, combining it in some way. If you just do that, if you just go BURTONEUROVAULT, just take the letters sequentially and run them together, you get Burton Euro Vault. That was the make and model, we believe, of the vault, the safety deposit box holding her jewelry. Where did we find that information out? What document of ours told us that? Was it the insurance document? Doesn't seem to be the insurance document. Where did we learn about the make and model of that vault? We learned it somewhere. I just can't remember where. Does anyone remember? In the little booklet. Burton Euro Vault. Okay, so the Burton Euro Vault, Burton Euro Vault. So it's what Belinda Janovic, the safecracker woman in jail, was sent by her partners or whatever, telling her about the job she was to do. So they're giving her advanced information about what she has to break into that's consistent with the idea that she might break into it silently without setting off any alarms. Okay. However, Jonathan points out a problem. We've got 3 codes that we think were sent to this woman. The first one said Milton Hotel. All right, let's do it this way. The first one, so she got 2 cards in jail. The first one said Milton Hotel, Penthouse, Saturday. Mommy says you'll smash it, and she's getting you all new cutlery to do it. Okay. Then, no, sorry, this was the first one. The first one she got told her Burton Euro Vault. And then the second note, she said, did you like the cake? Mommy says you'll smash it. You'll smash the Burton Euro Vault. She's getting you all new cutlery to do it. Just for you. New equipment to break into the safe, maybe. And now she's telling her the address. Milton Hotel, Penthouse, Saturday. This must have been very recent then, if Saturday was telling her when to do it. But then, the problem we have, well, one of the problems we have, is the last code in the paper says abort, not safe. And this would have come out on that Saturday. So this would seem to tell her that the job's off. It's Pink Panthers, that's her gang. So the question is, there's lots of questions in our minds, but if she got this message that said abort, it's not safe, then what on earth is she doing? Why is her car at the hotel? And is she not involved, despite it seeming very likely that she's the perfect person who could break into this safe? So that's very confusing. And unfortunately, the codes did not shed any light on the weird timeline of the car. Confusing. Did anyone check the Instagram? Okay, so we're going to go look at the Instagram right now. So here is the Instagram. I brought it up during break. Look at that. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Hashtag bling bling. Remember, she promised to give them a to call out their name of the jewelry store as reward for lending it to her. Look at this one, says you're fired. It wants us to have an Instagram account to click on it. This was when she fired her worker. And then we've just got a couple other photos of her relaxing. And then this one must have been, this looks like a movie that it's not going to let me play without an Instagram account. I don't think it's important. It's just, unless we see one of our people in the video, but I don't think so. So I think this is just for fun. But we were given a couple other websites in the course of this game. One from the lawyers. Let's see, where was that? Just in case we want to see if that can be looked up. Didn't seem like it was important, but let's see. So Legal Eagles. That seems like a real address. That was our letter from Helen Cruz. We don't think they're involved in anything, but let's just look up. Oh, look, Dee Winger. This might be like Deborah Winger played a lawyer in maybe this movie, Legal Eagles. Let's see. LegalEagles.com. Doesn't seem to be a real website. All right, so I don't know what that is. It's clearly not important for us, though. All right, so now we are back to our original problems, our original dilemmas. All right, let's pause for a second and talk. It seems like the most likely explanation of this case, let me just turn off the air conditioner. The most likely explanation of this case is that Belinda Janovic is part of this jewelry heist gang, and that they've targeted this piece of jewelry. I don't know how they learned about it, but they have information about it. They know, they've done their research, and that they managed to, she didn't see the warning that said abort too dangerous. Why they think it's too dangerous, I don't know. But it seems that they'd be in the best position to actually rob it if we didn't have such weird GPS car information. Well, one way to look at it is, okay, what if she's smart? She realized there was a tracker on the car. She took it off and put it on another car, so that the GPS information is a total red herring. It's someone else's car that just happens to be going to the hotel. they planted the GPS on their subject's car? That's a very interesting idea. Who arrives at the hotel between 11 and midnight? Anyone? The stalker arrives it's not very useful to us. Well, either way, I just want to pause. I just want to spend a moment to try to make sense of this. If we say that this GPS information is somehow been manipulated, like our Belinda, took off the GPS, put it on someone else's car, either just a stranger or on that just happened to end up at the hotel, or someone else. And so we say this is not going to be useful for us, even though it's so meticulous that allows us to get these times right. It really seems like this is supposed to be important. Really seems like this is supposed to be important. But if we throw this information out, and we just trust this information, then we have her arriving at 4 p.m. on the 9th, leaving at 6 p.m. Doesn't give us much information either way. It's not like the car was there during the robbery. Why would it be there for an hour and a half? Very confusing. This car of hers very confusing. But if we had no information about her car, it still wouldn't tell us she didn't do it. It would just give us no information about her. And it says, what if Belinda staked out the hotel after she was released, then read the paper and aborted the theft? Yeah, it's completely reasonable. In a sense, it's almost like we have no information about Belinda's location and her presence on the scene. We have no reason. If the only thing that her tracking tells us is if the GPS is to be believed, if the GPS is to be believed, she could have gotten there in time but left the scene, so she wasn't present there. This shows she hit the hotel. This person in this car, let's do it that way. This car, whatever car this is, if it's the right license plate, the wrong license plate, it says it's Mercedes-Benz, it says it's this car. If it's this car, someone was at the hotel somewhere between 11:30 and midnight on some night. It seems like it's the night of the 9th. It's inconsistent with the hotel log. It's strictly inconsistent with the hotel log. But regardless, someone in this car went near the hotel somewhere between 11:30 and midnight. We think on the night of the 9th, but it could be of the 10th. It's hard to know how to read this. This says date October 10th, 10 a.m., data range 24 hours, but we don't know if that means the starting time was October 10th or the ending time is October 10th. If the starting time was October 10th at 10:10, then she gets to the hotel right during the robbery. This car does. If the starting time was the night before, then this gets to the hotel around midnight the night before. Maybe we might have to check the website for that, for a hint before we finally solve it, if we want to go that route. And it says, what if Belinda staked out the hotel after she's released, but then read the paper and aborted? So, okay, if we want to assume it's Belinda, we can pretty much say the Pink Panther gang arranged whatever they needed to arrange. The staircase being open, the way to get in, she knew how to break the safe so no one would see it. That's that. Now, if Belinda's not involved, we have to come up with an alternate theory. So let's think about that. Anna says, what if Belinda staked out the hotel after she's released, read the paper and aborted, and the stalker Gus and Sarah did it? Sarah said she needed to be alone and gave Gus the necklace. I don't get that last part, but let's read what Gus's statement is and the other stuff. Okay, so the necklace will be delivered to your suite at 4 p.m., the owner says. All right. Now let's find Gus's statement. Gus calls at 11:59. If Gus is in on it, then everything's simple. He goes up to the hotel room, he unlocks it, he takes the diamonds, he puts them in his pocket, and he comes down and says they weren't there. If he's working with the jewelers to steal it and claim it was stolen, that's the easiest. There's two easy. Think about it this way as a police officer. Anna says, what was the stalker's name that was Des? Let's think about it this way from a robbery standpoint. The very easiest, most straightforward, simple line of connecting dots for the robbery is that the security guard is the key man. He goes up to the room, He says, you go ahead, go up there. You need to be by yourself. Just put the jewelry in the lockbox. He's got a key to it also. She comes down. He goes up. He puts it in his pocket. He comes down. He says, hey, what'd you do? It's missing. Cut and dried. Done. That explains everything because he's working with the owner to rob the jewels. It's an inside job. The owner's got insurance, so everyone's going to make out for money. Jonathan points out there's a little bit of trouble with the insurance claim, possibly. But let me point out one thing. That also explains why our security guard lets her go up by himself. Like normally his job is not to let it out of his sight, but if he's in on it, everything is clean and simple. He's like, you go up by yourself. So to me, that's the simplest of explanations. That we know the owners want money, they're trying to sell their place, and that they're in on it. Although we're not told, we don't have any direct evidence that they're in on it. Let's go find his statement. I mean, that's sort of my theory, absent any evidence. That feels like the default cleanest theory. Do we need to go revisit this again? Delivery of diamond. Goes up, gives it to her, goes downstairs. Hotel people come in. Okay, she's in her room. She goes up. This is Sarah going up to her room. At 4 o'clock, he comes. Gus comes, gives her the diamond, goes downstairs to wait for her. For some reason, hotel people are in and out of her room for a while. She comes down at 19:02 with Gus, and they go to the show, which should be consistent with our parking lot records. That they go to the show at 9. Is that? She arrives at 15:42. That's very consistent with her arriving and taking the elevator up at 15:46. And I guess we don't have them leaving. Maybe they take a cab. 16 o'clock is very consistent with Gus arriving at 16, going upstairs at 6:03. Okay, so she comes down at 7 p.m. They go to the awards show. They're back a little bit before midnight. He sends her up by herself. She's up there for 2 minutes. She comes down. He goes right up after her, comes down, starts to fuss. Then she's back in her room by 3 a.m. This could be, if you believe this is Belinda, this could be her coming and getting into the room to stage whatever she needs to stage or prop the doors open, etc. All right, let's read. Okay, so is it possible that the explanation for this mystery message, we read this message, we said, okay, this message from unknown phone message that says, good afternoon, this is Gus Anderson, security for Bling Bling. I'll be arriving at your suite in Milton tomorrow at 5, even though he came really at 4. I'll place the piece in the room safe. I'll need to collect the piece at 23:45 prompt. Please ensure it's returned. Okay. We were thinking, and this isn't in Gus's phone, right? So we were thinking maybe this is someone else. But how's this for an alternative explanation? Gus knows he's going to steal it. Part of his whole plan for stealing is to have her by herself put it in the safe. So he sends this message to her, which is basically telling her, when we're done, you'll put it in the safe. But he doesn't want to send it from his actual real phone, because when the police subpoena his records, he's hoping they're not going to get her records. But he knows he'll be a suspect and they'll probably get his records. So he's not sending this, he's sending this from his work phone so that when they subpoena his phone records, they don't notice him telling her to leave it in the safe. So let's go now and find that statement where the two of them disagree slightly. So the owner of the store is saying, you must remain within the sight of the same security operative who will return it to me before midnight. This is essential for my insurance. Maybe they're planning on blaming her for the theft. And so maybe Alfred's in on this, and they're just setting her up to take the blame. Like, they're telling her she has to stay within eyesight. Placed in the safe, ready for collection. Difficult to get information from Sazi. Caller wishes for case to be passed to Briggs' private investigator. That's why he doesn't want the cops involved. Where's our statement to the cops from our actress? Because it did have some interesting information on it. Okay, here we go. Here are the statements I wanted to reread. Spoke with Gus, who advised he's a security guard. The necklace was being worn. States the only time it was out of his sight was as he and Miss Zachariaza returned to the hotel. She was in an upstate state because she missed out on winning awards. He felt it was appropriate to allow her to travel in the penthouse lift, collect her thoughts. She returned to the lobby a few minutes later, and as she left the lift, she stated, "It's in the safe. Get it and go. I'm going to the bar." This is what Gus says. So he watched her come out of the elevator. That's how he got in right after she got out. He goes to the room. He opens the safe. It's empty. He searched around the room to make sure it hadn't been left elsewhere, then came back to the hotel lobby and into the bar to speak to Mrs. Zachariaza. She refused to speak to him further, continued crying hysterically about her loss at the awards. She did state that she left the necklace in the safe as agreed earlier. Security card went up to get it. The receptionist Emily couldn't offer any information on the necklace, did note Mrs. Zachariaza was a nightmare. She makes enemies. Fellow staff members were not happy having to turn and face the wall. That's what she asks for. She treated Mr. Anderson badly as well. the timeline for the vault being open is here's when it was put in, when he delivered it. Here's when she takes it out to go to the party. Here's when our guy goes upstairs to find it. Or when a thief gets it. Or when she opens to put it in with a bad clock. Sure looks like she didn't put it in though, doesn't it? I think she handed it off to Desmond. Now I have to change my mind. If the times are sent, oh, but then we had that other theory that it was already open when she arrived, so she could have put it in at 12:49 and closed it. That was Blake's insight, that it could have been left open. Okay, let's look at again about the doors being left open. So she finds a guy located in the stairwell by the second floor. Notice he's not in the third stairwell. And this is Desmond, the stalker. He's found in the second floor stairway. We know it's him from his tattoos. The engineer is out, so that's why the CCTVs, that could be the pink, the gang. Now, where did we find Sarah's statement that something was odd? Let's see if it was her. Here. So at 11:50, our guy Gus is in the penthouse. He opens it up. He says he didn't find it. So then he messages her right away. Miss Zachariaza, please return to the penthouse. The necklace is not in the safe. So he's just opened the safe, he says, and he finds it's not there. She replies right away, what? I just put it in there. You walked straight past me. Look again. I think this look again is when he opened it again. Look again. I think here is where he opened it twice. And it says maybe Sarah didn't even go to the third floor, to the penthouse, maybe just to the second floor. It's possible. I don't even know if this elevator goes to any other place but the penthouse. But I think those are just details. I think if you're at the penthouse, maybe you could open those stairs and hand it to the person waiting outside the stairs for you. So I don't think we should worry about how you get something out of the penthouse to someone waiting for you, or how someone might get into the penthouse from the stairs if they're willing to sneak around. If we look at Gus's messages again, weren't there a couple weird messages? Let's see. No, there's no missing messages to Gus. But there are mystery messages to Sarah. Let's see when they are. Can we maybe track them down to Des? Can we somehow figure out that they're Des? I guess this message could be a planned message from Des, but probably not. Okay, so what about these secret messages? Are these possible they're from Des? October 5th. Oh, we have no information on the 5th, do we? I don't think we have any information about Des's whereabouts on the 5th. I suppose if we watch that video, we might find Des there at her show, but what would that tell us? Nothing. He's released on the 4th. So he was released on the 4th, has been seen hanging around Sarah. So he was out of jail during this time that she's getting these mystery messages. But she's not replying to them. So even if they were messages from our stalker, what would it tell us? What about this? Is this... We assumed this was from our guy, Gus, who's trying to reach her. Please return to the penthouse. What? I just put in there, look again, and then 2355, call me. But it's possible this is someone else, Gus or the person who he handed it off to. Jonathan has an interesting point. He says, maybe now the crime of opportunity makes sense. Sarah comes back to the room, puts the necklace in the safe, doesn't close it. Des sees and grabs the necklace. That's an interesting idea. Or you could rephrase it, right? She comes home, she finds her stalker who's in love with her, who's been messaging her in her room. And as a crime of opportunity, she gives him the necklace and says, steal this for me, meet me tomorrow. And doesn't put it in the safe at all. But boy, do we not have any hard evidence on it. Like what makes us think that it's not an inside job by the security guard? I guess you could try to say that because the insurance wouldn't cover it, that makes it less likely that it's an inside job. Could we say that? Loss or damage to theft or attempted theft, unless violence or force are used to remove the insured items from individuals' persons or to leave a building or locked room. So could we say, look, it can't be an inside job because if it's an inside job, you'd have to do something else in order for it to still be covered by insurance? And it says Des did write that he had a plan to get money. It's true. Let's look at his note again. My dearest Sarah, I love you very much. Over the past few months, I've left you hundreds of poems in the hope you'll accept that our fate is intertwined. I was hopeful when you left your husband that it was our time, but what happened? They made you complain to the police, make up stories, saying I'm bothering you, have me thrown in prison. Why would you let them do this? I want you to know I don't blame you, it's them. I'm happy that you definitely know my name, and I dream of hearing you say it, and you will soon. I read that you're having money troubles. Don't worry, I've got a plan. I'll see you real soon, and we can finally be together. Desmond Garcia. We know he's in the hotel looking for her. We know he's released recently, and we know his car is in the car park. Let's look at those records again. Does he leave the car park? He does leave. He does leave right after the theft. That's a huge clue. That's a pretty huge clue. He comes back right when she comes back, right when she's getting back from the party, right? And then he leaves. That's pretty huge, actually. Now that I think about it, right? That may be the biggest. Maybe you don't agree with me, but it feels to me like the stalker leaving while she's sitting down at the bar only makes sense if he's leaving with the jewels. Otherwise, why is he going to leave? Right? His whole point of his life is to talk to her. Why on earth would he be leaving? So she comes down at 23:47, and by 23:57, the stalker is gone. That's it. That's the stalker. There's no way he's leaving without that jewelry. And there's no reason he's stealing it without her knowledge. He's not in it for money. He's in it for her love. So he's confronted her in her hotel room. She's used the femme fatale opportunity to be like, okay, you're right. Our fates are intertwined. Fate brought us to this moment, at this night, at this time. She's at her lowest. She's lost all the awards, desperate. As Jonathan points out, it's a crime of opportunity. It wasn't planned. She's at her lowest ebb. Her ex-husband is making fun of her. This adoring psycho stalker confronts her, and she says, let's do it. Take these, run out the back. I'll meet you tomorrow morning. And that's maybe even him calling her 5 minutes later. The only thing that makes no sense to me is this GPS car stuff. And Anna says, yes, Sarah trusts him because he's obsessed, not going to bail with the necklace. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. I think it's right. Where's our list of things we wanted to resolve before we try to solve it? The GPS timeline. I think we're giving up on that and going to consider that a bit of a bug. The May and Fruz have the same license plate. We're going to treat that as a bug too, or that it's the rental car, or that it's the ex-husband driving under someone else's name. The fact that the stalker leaves on his own accord while she's sitting there getting drunk is huge. Now, there's one caveat, though. To me, that's like the linchpin clue. But there's one caveat we got to double check. The police got called when she came down, and the guy made a big fuss about a stolen necklace. Now, our guy Desmond does not want to be around while police are around. So, is it possible that instead what happened is he's stalking her at the bar, and all of a sudden in the lobby of the hotel is a huge commotion when Gus claims that the jewelry was stolen and that our stalker decides, I better get out of here. He gets a call at 23:59 and they arrive at 20 past. Officers on scene, 20 past. Okay, so our guy Desmond is out of there by 23:57. So he's out of there before Gus calls the police. So that looks good. That looks like he didn't get spooked by the call to the police. Where's Annie's statement? Theft in the penthouse at midnight. Okay, so I think we're good. I think he did not make a fuss until our guy was already out before he started making a fuss. Oh, he is the guy who wrote Call Me, though. If we look at the messages. So this was Gus, for sure, who said Call Me, completing. I was thinking maybe that was her stalker calling her, but it wasn't. Okay, so At 23:55, he's like, call me. I can't find it. And at 23:57, our guy is already leaving. So, yeah, he left before the cops, before the ruckus. And he probably would have wanted to stay around at least until the cops were closer to coming. If she was in trouble, he'd want to stay around. All right, I like it. I don't like this timeline of this car. I mean, I like this timeline. It's just why that car is in the hotel just boggles my mind. Something went wrong there in the game, but I don't know what. Maybe the hints. All right, so here's what we'll do. I think we've been through everything. I think we have a theory. Sounds like we're pretty much in agreement with our theory. We're going to take an 8-minute break. Then we'll come back, we'll visit the website, and we'll see what there is to do there. And we'll decide whether we want to look at any hints or just say, show us the answer. I don't know exactly how that works, but we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. In the meantime, during that 8 minutes, give your final thoughts about whether you're ready to solve this or you have any other issues you want us to check on before we continue. There's certain things we didn't spend any time looking at. We didn't look into the details of this jewelry store for sale. Maybe we should interpret this as saying that our jewelry store guy owner really wasn't in desperate need for money. He owned a $5 million property. So he's losing money, but he doesn't need to stage a robbery and put his whole thing up for at risk. The only other thing we didn't do is we didn't check the maps of where this car drove to find out if she happened to stop off at the jewelry store in various places. All right, take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and decide what to do. Give some thought about whether you're ready to solve it or not. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We've been playing for about 6 hours. It's 5:15 a.m. here. I think we're ready to solve this case. In the chat, Anna was saying it is curious why the Panthers aborted this mission. And Anna proposed an interesting theory. Is it because possibly they found out it wasn't going to be kept in the safe for long enough time to steal it? Um, it is a strange, it is a mystery to us, but that's not a bad idea. And who was the inside information? But I like that idea. I like that idea if you were, and sort of the thing is, it's not safe. Maybe it's not in the safe. I like the idea that maybe they got some inside information that the jewelry was going to be in the safe overnight and returned in the morning, and then they were going to try to break in at night. Then they got word, oh, that's not the plan. It's actually going to be returned by midnight. So then they said, oh, okay, it's not possible. You can't do it. There's an armed guard that's going to be shepherding it, so abort. I like this idea. I like the idea that that's why you would abort if you have to come up with a theory here. I wish we had stronger evidence to clear the security guard who's been delinquent in his job by letting her go up alone. That's the only thing that troubles me. I'd like to be able to clear him with some affirmative data. He lets her go up alone out of his sight. He's got this weird message to her that's not from his phone. And it would be the easiest thing for him to steal because he can go up, open the safe, take it out, no one's watching him, and then just claim that it wasn't there. I just wish we had good convincing reason why he didn't do it. I suppose you could say that he's not out of sight of any place to stash it. They searched the room. Room search. They interviewed the two people. Feel a little bit more comfortable if they said that when the police got there, they searched the people. Does he see her? Who is this talking about? Is this our stalker question, or is this... I feel a little bit better if I knew that the security guard was searched. Yeah, well, this is what Anna's saying. Where would he put it? That's why I'm saying I'd be a little more comfortable if they searched him and they knew for sure it wasn't on him and it wasn't on Sarah. I guess we could just assume that obviously the police would do that. I guess he's also got no motive that we know of. He's got a happy family. Would he risk that? Would he put himself in such danger? He would be the number one suspect. And he'd lose his job. I'm not sure. I don't know how Sarah's going to get this stolen. She doesn't know who to bring it to sell, but maybe she's desperate and drunk. Okay. Anything else anyone want to talk about? Any thoughts, ideas before we try to answer this? John says, I just hope the people have to face the wall is not part of this solution. The weird thing about her saying she doesn't want people looking at her. I hope not too. There are a couple ways this case could go very wrong for us. One is if that GPS car information was critical and we were too lazy to check the places on the map that it stopped off. I just don't see how that helps us. And yeah. Or if this other car information is important. I just don't see how. Bruce is on the third floor. They can't possibly steal from her. No, they can't possibly. They're in love. They're not stealing from her. All right, John says I'm ready to check out the site. All right, let's check out the site. You still will have a second chance before we do anything. Let's take a look. So here's the Cold Case Investigation Unit website. Let's look at our options: about, games, clues, events, shop, contact, okay, and news. So if you go to I guess we can do that afterwards. The question is, all right, let's click enter and see what happens. Immerse yourself in life as a detective, and then there's the games. And then here's the history of the designer, Catherine Thompson. Here's where she says, the job took a toll on my mental health. I began to suffer periods of depression. I reduced my police hours, took on an events business running crime scene investigation themed school workshops. All right. If we go to games, case 1. Here's case 1, the jewelry heist. Okay. Let's click on clues. Actually, before we do that, I thought, let me just make sure I can hear audio if we need to. Let me just open up page here. Let me see if I can hear the audio if I need to. Okay, fine. So I can hear audio if we need to. Let's go back. All right, so there's clues. How do we solve it? All right, I'm clicking clues. Let's see what we got. Who done it? Find. Hidden in the room below are clues for case 1. We don't really want that. How do we solve it? If you get stuck, there are clues available. You'll find the answer on there too when ready. Games, clues, events, news. Okay, so we go to games. Can you solve the case? Let's see, maybe there's solutions down below. Buy now and clues. Case 2, buy now and clues. Case 4, buy now and clues. Case 1, Don't be like Jenny. These games are copy protected. That means no copying, Jenny. Game does not need batteries. An internet connection is beneficial, but not essential. There's supposed to be a solution somewhere? Clues. Okay. Did you manage to solve the clues and work out who the thief was? Click here to see if your findings match up. All right. So, oh, sorry. So I scrolled past the picture where clues are, and now it looks like we click here to find the solution. The tooltip says warning, so it looks like it's going to give us a chance. So now the question is, do you want me to scroll up and look at this image for clues, or shall we just click this to see if our findings matched up? I think we should probably just click this and not look for the clues in the picture. How do you feel about that? Or do you want a second shot and you want me to look at this clues picture above? John says, I'm okay with just clicking. All right, let's do it. Let's click. Warning, you're about to reveal the true identity of the jewel thief. Only proceed if you think you know the answers. I'm going to cancel this for a second. I'm going to scroll up and see what this picture is. Okay, hidden in the room are clues for case 1. All right, so let's just look at what they've done here. There's something you can click on up here, something here. You can see where my mouse is, right? Something here, something here. So it looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4 places to get some clues. Let's just see what one of them says. I know I changed my mind on you, but let me just... Stalker hints. Is there anything preventing Desmond from reaching the penthouse via the stairwell? So this looks like if you think it's Desmond the way we do, is there anything preventing Desmond from reaching the penthouse? So the answer is either yes, there is, and then he can't be our guy, or no, there isn't. Let's look at that diagram. Maybe this will save us from making a terrible mistake. Here's the penthouse lift. Here's the penthouse. Here's the stairs. This is not very clear to me how this diagram works. Sure looks like you can get right up into it, right? And we're told in the message about the arrangement, don't they assure her that the stairs are going to be for your safety? I can confirm that the top floor stairwell access will be locked from the 3rd floor, other than in the case of a confirmed fire. And only you and your security team will have the pass necessary to activate the penthouse elevator. Okay, so I think our answer is you could get up there because for fire reasons, it has to be connected to stairway. So I think we're safe. There shouldn't be anything preventing him from reaching it other than a locked door. But we know people are propping up the door, and she could open the door. All right, shall we click on another hint? Because I feel like maybe we need this. Let's click on this one. Combine 3 pieces of evidence to see which 2 suspects were together in the hotel on the night of the theft. Is there any clue as to what they were doing at the time of the theft? This seems to be asking us about the manager and the ex-husband. And we know they are drinking up a storm at the time. So I think that rules them out. Okay, let's get our next hint. The Pink Panther gang hit. Decipher the secret codes in the prison letters, locate the message left in the newspaper, and discover the final instruction from the gang to Belinda. So far, this is all confirmed with what we're doing. I did a Greg on you. I asked you to agree with me not to click the hints, and then I changed my mind to click all the hints. But this is confirming everything that we figured out. This is excellent, I believe. This is good confirmation. All right, was there one more? I thought there was 4. 1, 2, yes, there was one up here. Okay, here we go. Here's our last clue. Combine pieces of evidence to discover which suspect has access to a vehicle. Can we see where that vehicle has been? This is the one that doesn't make much sense to us. Although we didn't spend much time remarking on the fact that his car is there first on the 9th, then on the 10th. What was our theory here? He's here for only 40 minutes. What is he doing for this 40-minute time period? On the 9th, we have no penthouse access records then, but is it our hotel report that he's in the back propping open doors? Is that what he's doing? Scoping out the place would make sense, but what do we think he's actually doing there for that 40-minute time other than scoping the place out? She hasn't arrived yet, right? I'm looking for our notes from our hotel people. On the 9th, all morning, who's leaving the stairwells propped open? Then she sees them on the 10th. Yet again, stairwell 3 upwards is now locked. So I'm not sure what we think he's doing at 2 p.m. on the 9th. We don't have any data for that time, but I think he might be in there opening doors, working on the hallways. Anna questions again, what was the suspect list? I think it was just the known people that we've been thinking about. Suspect list was the jewelry store guy, who we know is out of town on a trip that he won. Desmond Garcia, that's the stalker, who we believe it is. Helen Fruz, the ex-manager, the Pink Panther gang, and the ex-husband who's shacked up with his new girlfriend. All right, I think we've done all the clues. The only one that's confusing is the one about the car. And we know he has access to his mother's car. Which is that license plate? That's a weird clue, though. Combine piece of evidence to discover which suspect has access to a vehicle. Can we see where that vehicle has been? Boy, that GPS one is confusing. All right, but I think we're sticking with our thing. You ready for the answer? Here we go. Click here to see if our findings add up. Okay, final chance. Are we ready to click this? I don't normally wait to hear what you guys say, but I need you to sign off on this. Jonathan says, sticking with Des, Anna seems to be questioning. Anna's like, is this a reference to Belinda and the warden's car? Or it could be a reference to Desmond's criminal report listing his mother's car and that he showed up at the hotel. So it was someplace important. We could try to find the places that Belinda went to, but the GPS doesn't make sense to me, so it's hard to know how to make sense of that. We could find that she stopped off at the jewelry store, or she stopped off at Sarah's house. Would that be important for us if we found out she stopped off at Sarah's house? So we didn't bother looking up where the car went. If we found she stopped off at Sarah's house, that would be important to us. So if we really wanted to be safe about that GPS, even though we don't really understand how to make sense of it, with the other evidence, we could check this map and where Sarah lives, which we wrote down. We know Sarah lives at Ilchester Place. And we know where this woman stopped her cars. But I don't see any of these being labeled as Ilchester Place. I don't see how it could be important for us. But, and we don't know where Des goes, that's right. The question is, points us to that GPS map. I'll tell you what, let's do a very quick thing here. Let's just go to Google Maps, just for the hell of it, very quickly. This is really giving this GPS thing more weight than it deserves because of this. But I'm going to search for 1385 Ilchester Place, London. Okay. Let's see. You can see that, right? Okay, Ilchester Place, London is near Kensington and Holland Park. Now, let's see if on this map with the GPS, if we can see that person stopping anywhere near there. Grosvenor Square, Berkeley Square Gardens. Cavendish Square Gardens. Tell me if I say any place that you recognize on that map. Chelsea Hyde Park. There's the Thames River. Okay, so if there's the Thames River, let's go out a little bit. Okay, so there's the Thames River. So I don't think King's College, do you see King's College anywhere? I don't think this person drove near this place. This is where Sarah lives. So the only thing I'm concluding is I don't think this person drove to where Sarah lives. At least I can't see it on the, can't line it up on the map. I guess I could type in both addresses. St. James Park. Okay, let's try. This is kind of getting silly, I think. St. James Park, London. Okay. Let's reverse those. No, okay. So St. James Park is on the right-hand side of our screen. That's where this GPS started tracking someone. No, that's where it ended. It ended at St. James. That's not what I want. Jubilee Gardens, London. Okay. So Jubilee Gardens on the far right of our screen is where this person started driving. And this person went straight up across the Thames, according to this map, straight up from Jubilee Gardens up here. So that's Sarah's house would be up here somewhere off the map. Oh, Ilkesser Place is Sarah's house. So I don't think this person went near Sarah's house. Holland Park, Green Park. I don't think they did. I'm not sure exactly why it's so hard to. Berkeley Square Gardens would be the closest place. Okay, that's it. I've reached the end of my abilities, and I don't think this person drove GPS. All right, here we go. I've taken all the wind out of our sails with a last minute check to see if we could make sense of this person driving any place related to our people. I don't see it. We don't know where Desmond lives. He's hanging around Sarah. Okay, that's it. Here we go. Reveal. It's a moment of truth. Is there any sound happening? All right, no sign yet. All right, so it looks like it's going to walk us through all the suspects, and we can click on them to see whether they're guilty or not guilty. So Alfred Bling is our jewelry store owner, suspect 1. Suspect 2 is Belinda Jovanovich. Suspect 3 is Helen Fruse. Suspect 4 is Mark Roberts, the ex-husband. Suspect 5 is Desmond Garcia, the stalker. Suspect 6 is Gus Anderson, the security guard. Suspect 7 is our woman herself. So if you had to rank them, you'd probably say that our top choice is Desmond, and then maybe after that, Desmond and Sarah working together, right? And then if it's not them, then we suspect Gus or Belinda. So let's start with either Sarah or Desmond. I think we're going to start with, well, let's be honest here. We think it's Desmond, and we think Desmond and Sarah are in on it. If we click Desmond first, then we could get the answer that Desmond broke in and stole it. So we should probably pick, which is one of the theories Jonathan had in the beginning, that he was watching her, he broke in because she didn't lock it. I don't believe it. I believe he loves her, not the diamond. So I think they're in on it. So I'm going to click Sarah, and I'm hoping that it'll tell us they did it together. Okay, so here we go with Sarah. Shall we click her alibi, guilty or not guilty? All right, motive we think we know. She's in financial difficulty. Generally horrible, money troubles, didn't win anything at the awards. Okay. What is her alibi? That she left it in the safe. She doesn't really have a good alibi. Let's see what she says. She is the guest 1 room card, while GA has guest 2. This can be seen by the cards. We knew that. Look closely at the times both cards re-enter the penthouse compared with what time the safe was opened. Saza never opened the safe. George Anderson did not see her coming down from the penthouse, as she made everyone turn their backs when she passes by. Further confirmation is on her Instagram. Look at the photos tagged in tab. There's a timed and dated photo of Saza wearing the necklace after she claimed to have put it in the safe. Really? This one that we didn't click on? Because if we click on it, it wants an Instagram account. So we were supposed to, let's see, what's tagged? No, we need an Instagram account to click on that. So it's saying that we were right to see that she never opened the safe. But then it's saying, then it's saying that he didn't really see her coming down from the penthouse, but he got in the elevator right as she got off. So I'm not sure I buy that. But then it's saying further confirmation. Look at the photos. There's a timed and dated photo of Saza wearing the necklace after she claimed to have put it in the safe. Why would she? How could she possibly think she could get away with that? That's insanity. That is insanity. All right, so guilty or not guilty? We're going to click on this. Let's see what we got here. Guilty. Okay. And now, are we saying she just walked down with it in her pocket? Surely not. Surely they would have searched it. I still think that I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to pretend I didn't. This is not here. About this. She did not see her coming down from the penthouse. Okay, this could just be a red herring. He didn't see her coming down from the penthouse, but she really did. All right, now we're going to click on Des. Motive. Wants Saza to acknowledge his existence. His alibi, he was present in the hotel, however, was trapped in the stairwell and unable to gain access to the penthouse due to the locked top door. Not guilty. I think she must have taken it like on a future day. Let's see what we've got for Gus Anderson. No motive. Discovered the theft. Not guilty. A husband. Acrimonious divorce. His alibi is the same as Helen. He's not guilty. And then Helen has got the same stuff. She was fired. They're just hanging out, just as we thought. Not guilty. Now, Belinda, let's see what this says. She's a jewel thief coming out of prison. Gang sent her letters leading her to the hotel and penthouse. But stolen car GPS shows her elsewhere at the time of the theft. There is an advert from gang members in the paper calling up the heist. This is all true, except for the license plate in the hotel. Not guilty. Sales leaflet, his business is losing money. Insurance insured the necklace for more than it's been valued at. But they're on a trip. Not guilty. And that's it, huh? No actual solution other than that. So Anna says, so it's just Sarah alone. Where is the necklace then? I guess she put it in her pocket and the cops didn't search her. And Jonathan says, in my headcanon, she's still just wearing it, but no one dares look at her. Well, that was a troublesome ending to this case. Yeah, that's pretty troublesome. I think this is one of these cases where, like an occasional Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, where I'm going to disagree with the author about the ending. I think, in my mind, the only thing that makes sense is she was searched by the cops. And so she didn't have it on her. She's wearing some dress gown too. It doesn't make sense that she'd be able to hide it. So I think she did give it to Desmond. I like our solution a lot better. And I don't think that guy Desmond is leaving this scene of this place. He is not leaving this hotel without talking to her. So I do not... its explanation for why it couldn't be Desmond is that the door was locked to the penthouse, where the whole hotel owners were telling us how people keep leaving the doors open and that they're locked. So, I mean, what? How are we supposed to know if it was actually locked that night or not? So I think we have a better solution. In addition, I think what we've got with that GPS that really threw us for a loop, that really struggled with, is just a couple bugs on that license plate sheet. I think the proper explanation is that this entry is a bug. This entry of seeing that license plate on the 9th in the hotel is just a bug that should not be there. Maybe the best way to explain it is that the automatic number license plate got a digit wrong. But the GPS and this don't reconcile. And this clue makes much more satisfying sense if when we trace this, we find that it could not have been there in time. But this one, it's this entry that completely invalidates this clue completely. So I believe this should be viewed as a mistake, and probably this is a mistake too, that H. Fruz and T. May had the same license plate, although that one's easier to excuse. I have real mixed feelings. Anna says we did figure out that Sarah was in on it, and we did successfully exclude the rest of our suspects. We just disagreed with the author in terms of the plausibility that Sarah does it alone and wasn't searched. We talked about the fact that the game should have told us that the cops searched those two people. That would have made a lot more sense. Otherwise, it could just as well have been Gus Anderson. John says, if the GPS chart showed 10 a.m. on the 10th, did she show up too late at the hotel for the robbery? Not really. No, it doesn't even show that. That's a good point. It doesn't even show that. According to this, she leaves her last place before getting to the hotel at 11:34. If she drove the straight away and turned off the car as soon as she got there, then yes, she would be too late for the robbery. But if she drove her car and left the car running, she could have robbed it and come down. But probably... So yeah, I don't even think this GPS reliably shows that she wasn't at the hotel during the robbery. So I have mixed feelings. I mean, I think for most of it, it far exceeded my expectations. And that dense, those two dense pieces of information, the license plates and the hotel access information, and then the third, also the safe opening access, those were dense. We could really sink our teeth into, and they were subtle. Like, we had this really interesting discussion about who opened the safe when, and if she was going to put the jewelry in the safe, she would have to open it. But then the idea that, well, maybe she didn't lock it when they took it out the first time. That was really interesting. And there was some very clever, there was some real humor. There was some very subtle parts to it. There were a couple holes. In addition to the end, first of all, mechanically, you need to write a full solution at the end. You can't just say, this is the guilty person. You have to tell us what happened. You have to write a solution to tell us what happened. But there were a couple holes, like, why does this guy let her out of his sight in what's obviously a good way to lose the jewel? Well, I guess you could say she's a movie star. He wanted, he was sort of starstruck. He let her up by himself. But this idea that the cops wouldn't search her and him, that was weird. And this part, the couple things like how we were supposed to assume that the doors were always being left unlocked, but should have been confident that that night they were locked. That doesn't make sense. Jonathan says, I think the idea was that on the 9th, the car was at the hotel. Maybe to case the hotel more, than the next day call off the heist and the GPS is supposed to show it not there at the right time. I don't think that makes sense, because we pick up the car at 13:45 on the night of the 9th, whereas it's seen and we track it for 8 hours, whatever, whereas it's seen at the hotel at 4 p.m. There's no way to read this GPS to have it also be at the hotel at 4 p.m. There's no way for it to be at 4 p.m. whether you read this at the night of the 9th or even at the night of the 8th. I guess if it's at the 8th, if this is really mistypoed and it's not a page from October 9th, but really the day before, then this whole drive happens 2 days before the robbery. She gets there at midnight and then goes the next day on the 9th to case the joint. That makes sense, but then this is totally useless information because it happens 2 days before our robbery. So Jonathan's saying, okay, one more thing, one more try. Jonathan says, I'm saying the GPS starts at 10 on the 10th. So one log is about the 9th, the other one is the 10th. Okay, well, here's why that doesn't work, I think. So you're saying on the 9th, she gets to the hotel, cases it at 4 p.m. on the 9th. And then on the 10th, she takes a new trip, not shown. On the next day, somehow she goes from the hotel somewhere else, then goes on this trip and comes back past the hotel at midnight and makes a circle. So she's making circles or something. Okay, so you're saying this is the night of the day of the 10th. The day of the 10th. So she comes back in a circle. Okay, I guess that's possible. So first she's at the hotel. Then she drives the whole day and comes back to the hotel too late. Okay, maybe. Maybe that works. It's weird. But I suppose you could say she's at the hotel on the 9th, planning to stake it out and rob it. Then she reads that it's called off, so she just drives in a circle. Okay, maybe. If this is from the 10th. Okay. So it starts on the 10th. I don't know what this means, starts 10 a.m. on the 10th, but okay. Doesn't work for me, but there's a possible way to interpret it, I suppose. Okay, so there were a bunch of holes, and there were some missteps. The dice cipher was a big misstep, because there is no way to solve that without an internet. And in fact, this game says an internet is beneficial but not necessary. That's completely wrong. You can't solve it without the internet. You can't see if your answer is correct without the internet. And you can't really solve the dice cipher without the internet. No one knows how a dice cipher works. And it was also a little shallow, like it says in the book Dice Cipher. So you don't have to figure out to search for Dice Cipher, and you just type in Dice Cipher and then you get the decoding. The other cipher with the cake was fine. Nothing wrong with that. That was good. The code with the ASCII codes, that's probably not fair either. Some people are going to know that ASCII code, how to read binary, and that ASCII code 65 is A, and so on. Other people won't. For the people that won't, you must use the internet. So I think, and then the game said that if you had gone on to Instagram, if you could log on to Instagram, if you had an Instagram account, you would have clicked that and seen the date of the photo. I don't like that for a bunch of reasons. I don't like it because you need an Instagram account to do it, and we didn't want to register for an Instagram account. You need internet, obviously, to do that. I suppose you could argue you don't really need to see the date of that photo to solve the mystery. We didn't, so maybe you could argue that would just help you. But it's also ridiculous that she would post on Instagram a photo of her wearing the diamonds taken after this event. Makes no sense. And even if she did, you would just assume she's posting a photo that was taken beforehand, in which case it wouldn't be evidence that she's wearing it afterwards. So that seems silly. And Jonathan's saying, why wouldn't you include those? If you're just going to have those short solutions, why not include those in an envelope at the end of the game? That's weird. And is saying what I was saying about the Instagram. Maybe the author thought you don't need this to solve the puzzle, so it's optional. So then you would say the internet makes it easier. I guess that's what it says when beneficial. I don't love that. And yeah, so there's that. So I feel like I'm being really negative about this at the end, which I am. On the other hand, that's all of those complaints you could almost see as being sort of novice, new to this genre complaints. Most of them are pretty easy fixes. You could fix the GPS thing, you could fix the ending, you could fix providing a better write-up of the ending. And if you have to, I'd rather have a game that's really gave us some long moments of really chewing on things with some nice dense clues that didn't hold up at the end than the opposite. I'd rather have this than a game that was too easy. And I think for most of this case, it was very compelling and very engaging. And I feel like it wouldn't take too much to fix it, to make it really much better. But I mean, really quite enjoyable. All of those documents that were sort of, sometimes when we talk about the adventure series, we talk about the chains of reasoning, and the reasoning from the stalker to his whereabouts to the license plates to the timeline stuff. It was very engaging to work with those timelines. We had the cell phone records, which were fun to dig into, and those had timeline. The hotel keys had timeline. The safe opening had timeline information. The police reports had timeline information. It was just very engaging to wrestle with that. Anna said, I really enjoyed it, but my biggest negative is the weird and not believable solution. Yeah, it sort of fell apart there at the end. Didn't even give us a real solution, but basically told us that this woman stole it herself. The reference to people not looking at her, that was really, Jonathan was like, that's the one thing I don't want. It didn't seem like that was central. In fact, I don't understand at all what the relevance of that was. Let's look at that again. It's saying, look at closely at the times to re-enter the penthouse compared with what time the safe was opened. Saza never opened the safe. I don't think the author considered the possibility that Blake suggested that was so elegant, which is maybe the safe had never been relocked. And I think that was a missed, something that the writer missed, that possibility. But so she seemed to say that because it was never opened, she never opened it. But then what's this part? GA did not see her come down from the penthouse as she made everyone turn their backs when she passed by. What's the relevance of that? Why is that important, whether he saw her or not? She gets off the elevator. We know that from her key. He gets into the elevator right after her. What's the relevance of whether he saw her? Unless she's claiming to still be wearing it. Why does it matter if he saw her? How does that give her any advantage? I think was she still wearing it? Is that what we're meant to believe? That makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. It's of no relevance at all. Well, I'll tell you what we should do. I think maybe we'll reach out to the author of this case. Remember, this is her first case. She's written 4 more. As negative as we are being at the end, I think we actually really enjoyed the process of playing this case. And most of it was of a very high quality, far exceeded my expectations of a quality of mystery and engagement and writing that I expected and you would expect from a first-time game designer. The documents felt real. They felt like real reports, whatever. So you might expect that the cases get a little more polished, but I'm sort of curious to hear if the author might watch this stream. It's a little much to ask someone to watch a 7-hour stream, but give some thoughts to our critique. And I wonder if she could be tempted to respond to some of them. You could imagine she might disagree with us about some things, or some things she might just say, hey, look, you know, I'm still getting my bearing here, my footing here. So I will reach out and send her a link to our playthrough and see if we can't get some comments. Maybe, maybe not. I would play another case of this author's series, the Cold Case Unit. I would absolutely play another case. Absolutely. Most of it was very engaging and fun to work out. Let's hear some final thoughts from Anna and Jonathan. It sounds like everyone sort of enjoyed it for the most part during the process. I think it sounds like we kind of lost Blake and Drunk Tiger as we're approaching 6 a.m. We're past 6 a.m. here. So it's not crazy that we lost them. But Anna says she would play another case of this again. I mean, we have 2 more. If we were giving advice to this author, we could give them some mechanical advice right away. The website has to have a full walkthrough of what happened. Number 2, I think a difficulty level, at least relative difficulty for the different cases, would be in order. So we know if we played this one, if we think it's too easy, too hard, we would know how to rate the other ones. I think the claim about not needing the internet is only true if you want people to not be able to solve some real obvious parts That dice cipher is not solvable without the internet. And there are a couple things like that. So I think you got to reevaluate that. And I think the license plate recognition times at the, if there was going to be a second version of this, needs to be cleaned up, those records. Something about either the GPS or the license plate data has to be fixed up to make it, to resolve this real problem with it. Maybe it can be solved just by being much clearer about where these when these GPS records, what day they're referring to, but probably the or get rid of them from the license. Don't put her license plate in the hotel, etc. Solution in the box. No reason that that solution we read on the website can't be in an envelope in this packet. If you're serious about not needing the internet, you'd have to do that. You should also probably come up with a better cipher that doesn't require someone to go on the internet, because no one knows what a dice cipher is or how to read it. And I think in terms of these mystery suspect games, you had to tell us that those people were searched, which means, because it would be insane not to search them. This is a detective writing this. You can't have the two prime suspects at the scene of the crime with $1 million jewel missing, $1 million necklace, not be searched. Especially these are the two that would be suspected. She goes up, it's not there. The first thing you do is say, hey, can I look in your purse to make sure you haven't stolen it? So those two should have been searched. The police report should have said they were searched, but then she has to explain, the case has to explain where it went. We know where it went. It went to Desmond. So we're just going to pretend that the writer of this case got it wrong, that it was given to Desmond. So a couple of those things, details, if you want to eliminate suspects or possibilities, the game has to do a better job of actually eliminating those. We have to have a way of knowing that the third floor door was never unlocked. Maybe security records showing it was never unlocked would do it. Records showing that they were searched, things like that. We have to have a way to prove that the security guard didn't do it, since he would be the number 2 easy guy with opportunity. Maybe you search him and then you realize he had no place to store it. That would make sense. Jonathan Warner says, I guess there was the element where they said did not want the police, just a PI. Still think a search would have occurred. Yeah. If we're to believe that the security guard didn't do it, then he would obviously insist on seeing what was in Sarah's purse or in her pocket. I mean, you can't be in charge of $1 million thing and not want to see if the woman wearing it didn't put it in her purse. And if the game really intends for us to believe that she was wearing it on the way down, but no one looked at her, that's really insane. But okay, and then the part about her taking a photo after it was reported stolen, that's just unnecessary. So what can you say about this case? We loved most of it. Most of it is a very high quality. It just needed a little bit more, a couple more sessions of playtesting and someone cleaning up these loose end possibilities, I think. But overall, I did very much enjoy playing it, and I'll take this any day of the week over a simple case. I'll take this with my complaints at the end and a claim by me that we came up with a better solution. I'll take that any day over an easy case. It was fun working out the codes. It was fun doing everything. So maybe we'll play another case next. Or maybe we'll jump to the other company cold case game before we jump back to this. Any final thoughts from the audience? If you're watching this after it's recorded, after August 24th, 2022, I would love to hear your thoughts on the case. And if you disagree with me, with us about anything, please leave a comment on the YouTube channel on this video. And I'm not just I'm not saying that because all YouTube people want engagement for views and clicks and for the YouTube algorithm. I'm honestly saying, regardless of all that, don't care about any of that. I'm genuinely curious to hear if other people disagree with us about our complaints, about the experience, about our conclusions, that we enjoyed it, about how to fix it, other things that could be fixed, could be wrong. I'd like to hear your thoughts. John says, I agree with all your points. If anything comes to mind, I'll add a comment. All right, well, I had a blast. I really do have fun on these. The best parts of these cases are when we sort of grind to a halt and really chew on theories. And we had a couple of really good teamwork moments here regarding the timeline of that safe. Could the times be out of sync? Could the safe have been left open? Did the guy check it twice? All those things were really quite enjoyable to go through. Okay, so we'll sign off here. Thanks for joining me. Check on the Board Game Geek Guild section for Co-op for 2 if you want to help us decide what games to play next. I think we'll have a play-by-mail session next week, early next week. And we're going to play another one of these cold case games. Either another one in this series, but I think maybe we'll jump around. I think maybe we'll try this Cold Case Crackers series. And Jonathan says, thanks to everyone else who came by. It was fun to have a couple new people here in the beginning of the case. We tend to wear them away after the 6-hour mark, especially after the 6-hour mark and I get onto Google Maps. It's a little bit excessive, but you could see in this game we kind of needed to cross all of our T's, dot all of our I's, and it still didn't get us everything. But okay, let's end it there, and I'll see you next time. And thanks for joining us for the play, and I look forward to seeing your comments. See you next time.